Okay.
Okay, so Kimberly, can you hear us?
I can indeed. Hello.
Excellent, thank you. Nice to have you with us. Okay, item C1, 472 Santa Rosa Lane. Jason, you're here.
I am.
So I know the colors were not well identified. On
Yeah,
the
so the white was not officially called out, so it's the sorry, let me.
Okay, right there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a soft white cream, number 1205, not very romantic, but there's the breakdowns of the
So it's got the.
Yeah,
okay.
no, I actually did. I mean, I
Yeah.
obviously went through all of this earlier today, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
so did you have any questions or comments, please?
Well, the only question that I had was that, and I said, I think I mentioned this to you on the phone the other day, was that where it says return with full details, drainage plan, landscaping, parenthesis, identify fire retardant measures. What, I mean, I don't understand why that's there, what that has to do with. That's just in-house between you and I. I mean, I just do not understand. Do you understand what?
I don't even remember those comments related to this project, so
I
I'm not
think
sure.
that they have to do with the Montecito Hillside Overlay Development Standards.
Okay,
I'm not positive, but I believe that that's where.
Okay, but I mean, so it's nothing that I needed to pay any attention.
Well,
Yeah.
theoretically, yes, but so did you do?
there's a detail sheet that shows that we're meeting all our high fire requirements for our board and bat and all those detailings. Where
Yeah.
all the windows are clad, wood frame, high quality. Our roofing material is a Class A material, meeting all the high fire standards. There's the detailing.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, I looked through that and I thought that what you presented was fine.
Okay,
So,
and then related to site drainage, just if we go to Chuck's L sheets, and unfortunately, I don't think Chuck's here. He's addressed, I mean, he's shown kind of where the site,
Yeah.
because we're not grading anything, it's where the drainage kind of naturally goes now, so that's shown there on the L1.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, now we can, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we're on your L1 sheet right now.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so you're welcome to
Oh,
describe.
yeah, sure. Well, everything out front drains to the street, just sheet flows, and there's no changes to the grading, so that's going to continue. And then all along the lower, the west end of the property, you can see that there's this quite pronounced boulder swale. You can see the contours, and so all of the site drainage from the backyard just heads towards the west and gets into that swale and is just moved away.
okay. And any other questions, Claire?
no, I didn't have any other questions. I thought, I mean, I really thought I just appreciate the work that.
And the only landscape changes are, there's just a little well, there's some front landscape. Right now, this from the street, it's a wide open front yard, and Mrs. Brown would like to, hedge off like most of the neighbors have done. And then there's a couple of olive trees flanking the driveway. There's some nice existing trees, so we don't need many more. And then we just have some lavender and some sort of just grasses around the front entry. And really everything else is existing with just a nip and a tuck of modification. Like in the front yard, we just like to do that S-shaped stone curbing. And then we wanted to modify the lawn a little bit, take some out and make it a little more pleasant shape. And in the back, similarly, just take some lawn out and make it a more graceful shape. And really that's the size of the landscape.
And is there any landscape lighting? I did not see it.
We don't have it yet developed yet, but there wants to be. And of course, it would just be path lighting, modest path lighting.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
No, I don't have.
Okay, we are on for preliminary and final. So county council has asked that we ask at both now and at the full meeting. Is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on 472 Santa Rosa Lane, please?
No request to speak for this.
Okay, so we will ask that same question in about 20 minutes or something like that. And I'm ready to recommend approval. Are you?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yes,
I mean, it was a lovely project, but the presentation, I mean, both the landscape
So
plan,
this
and
need-
your plan was just perfect.
This needs to get on the plans.
I'll make sure that it
Okay,
does. Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Did it online. I don't know if it's-
Okay, so that's item number one. Okay, so I'd like to call the August 10th, 2023 Montecito Board of Architecture review to order. First item is public comment for items not on the agenda. Is there anybody who would like to speak, please? Okay, next agenda status report, David.
We do have two items, two changes to today's agenda. Item number 3, staff is requesting that the item be continued to your September 7th hearing. And item number 8, the applicant had requested that the item be brought from today's agenda. They don't have a return date in mind.
So, number 3 was continued to when?
September 7th.
Okay, do I have a motion to that effect, please?
Second, I move.
Is there a second?
We'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Okay, minutes of the 13th were not able to be done today. Can I have a motion to continue that?
I so moved.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
And the 20 minutes of the July 22nd. Any comment from anybody, please?
Oh, so the 13th is continued, but we do have
27th.
the twin. Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay,
That's there.
so item C2. Did you want to put those up there? Item C2. At the bottom of, okay, right there. So in the last line, it says with the requirement that sheet A 6.1 be updated to note that the stucco, and it should also have the words and color match existing. Okay. Item number C, let's see where, which item is this? C3. Comment number 1. Remove half or more of the path lights and reorient them. And then I'd like to strike the rest of that sentence and add so that they are staggered. Item number 1. I felt that this was a little bit jumbled, so I kind of took a heavy hand here. So I'd like to suggest the following. Item number 1, or comment number 1, the architecture, and then strike a portion of this, and I'll tell you where, no longer of a consistent or cohesive style. And then returning back to what was already there, particularly from the motor court view. It appears more massive and bulky boxy than the existing. I'd like to strike the entire comment number 2, the entire comment number 3.
Redesign results to, but I mean, just for me, that, I mean, these are minutes and I don't.
And
I don't feel like we should be correcting minutes. We just should be reviewing minutes.
I think that what we need to do is to have the minutes reflect what we did at the meeting.
Well, number 2, this is what somebody said. We said redesign result of changing the design from smaller windows to stucco. I mean,
Does anybody else
somebody
remember
said
that?
that, right?
Does anybody remember who said that, please? What?
Heavens no.
I think Bill,
Well, number 2 and number 3 seem to be in a contradiction.
Maybe it was a contradiction at
Well,
the time.
there was a feeling that there was too much glazing in certain areas of the building, that the expanses of glass were not in keeping with the
Is this a
architectural
Sycamore
style.
Yeah.
Canyon?
Yeah. So what I'd like to do on 5, let me tell you where I want to go with this. Number 5, find a vocabulary that is consistent, then strike the next several words throughout the building. Choose either a more modern design or one consistent with the historic design.
Did we say
Okay,
more
so-
modern design?
Yeah,
So you're
I
saying
did.
find a vocabulary and then what else?
find a vocabulary that is consistent throughout the building.
Oh, throughout the building. Okay. so-
Throughout, choose either a more modern design, which would be the larger windows,
Right.
or one consistent with the historical design, which would be smaller.
Yeah, no, so I'm fine with that change. Yeah.
So that's why I'd like to scrap 2 and 3. I think that they were kind of all over the place.
Oh, I see. What you're trying to say is number 2 and number 3, we're just omitting them completely. Is that? what-
That is what I'd like to suggest.
Oh, okay.
If the board would be willing to do that, please. Tip, yes, no?
Yes, I think that would be less confusing.
Okay, so I'm okay. Yeah, now I understand what.
Are you okay with
yeah,
that, Robert?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so we're striking 2 and 3 and 4, and then we're saying find the right vocabulary, basically, and come in with a consistent design.
Oh, this was, okay, now.
That's what number 5 is.
Yeah, no, but I get it. It's because, yeah, I remember all that. I mean, there was
You
a
want me
big
to read that
discussion
again,
about the
what I
windows
like?
and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I'm kind of debating is that why would we, the building is very historical. And it's a
One
building.
portion of it is, the water tower is historical. The rest of it changed here, changed there, changed. there.
Well, no, the whole back side of the building, the one we do, which, you know, I mean, half that building is historical and then the add-on.
Add-on, so it's kind of interesting because usually you do a separate building, then it's easier to change the vernacular. But when you have one historical building, then suddenly you keep building, from left to right. That's why I thought that's.
Well, I'm just one voice. If people will have their own idea, let's get this out here.
Because, I mean, if we look at this, we probably want to unify the building, the design, because that was the historical building.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, find a vocabulary that is consistent throughout the building.
Okay.
Okay,
That's okay.
I think I'm gonna come back and put a glass box on the other half because it's much more modern.
well, if you want to say this throughout and then strike the next sentence, I actually said that, choose either more modern design or one consistent with the historical design. I said that, but I'm not willing to.
It's in the meeting minutes. It's in the meeting minutes.
Okay, then item number 7.
John, can I just request that I make sure that I'm on the same page? Can you read item number 1 as you want it to read?
Yep.
The architecture is no longer consistent or cohesive.
No longer a consistent or no longer of a consistent or cohesive style.
Particularly from the motor court view,
Yes. And
and then
then
keep it appears more massive and bulky than the existing.
then existing, yeah.
Strike 2, 3, 4. Change 5 to find a vocabulary that is consistent throughout the building. Choose either a modern design or one consistent with historic design.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 6 through 10 remain.
Well, I'm not quite there yet. So
Oh, so sorry.
number 7, detailing for instance, for example, of railings, and I'd like to add and windows. Because that's one of the things, they wanted to strip off that molding, and that was one of the things that was adding will be critical. So just detailing will be critical of those. And then I thought item number 10 was a true statement, but I'm not so sure it belongs in the minutes.
The property, well, somebody said it.
Okay,
what-
that's fine, then we can leave it. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Please?
Yep.
Okay, item number 5, please. Comment number 3. Study paving areas, then strike the remainder of that sentence. Study ways to articulate exposed aggregate concrete expanses. That was my comment.
Number 5. Board strongly supports the proposed project.
Not consider use of exposed aggregates. I don't think.
Okay, but beautiful project, extraordinary property. Board strongly supports the proposed project. Study paving, consider use of exposed aggregate. And is that what you're changing?
Yeah, what I'd like to do is to say study paving areas, semicolon, then strike the rest of the sentence. Study ways to articulate exposed aggregate concrete expanses.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Okay, item number 2, item number 6. Comment number 2, I'd like to extend that comment. Study thickened walls and providing deeper reveals of windows. And then I'd like to add, to ensure a consistent architectural style throughout. And then comment number 5, the first sentence I think is fine. The second one, remove, and I'd like to add the word site lighting from property lines. Okay, comment number 9. You probably have to go to architecture school to know this concept. Comment number 2, the word coining is spelled Q-U-O-I-N. Q-U-O-I-N. It's a term of art. And then item number 7 has one comment. Move pool equipment from northwest corner of property. The last comment of the last item.
Oh,
Move pool equipment from north. This is Dan and that girl that came. Move pool equipment from northwest corner of property further to the south in order to maintain a minimum 4-inch foot deep edge. Is everybody okay with those?
yeah.
Is there a motion? I will move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Reluctantly. All those in favor? Aye.
Abstain from item,
Whatever it is, okay. Oh, yeah, I should probably abstain from 1 too. Westmont, whatever that was.
I think I'm abstaining from item number 2.
Okay, so minutes, MBAR members informational briefing. Anybody may go anywhere, do anything, or make decisions
I have.
about their life?
I have. After a year and a half, I've decided I'm going to step down after this meeting. I want to thank all of you for your support these many months, and especially Sharon and David, who have been our masters of ceremony all these months. And especially I want to thank Claire, who I've learned a huge amount from a landscaping point of view on all of these projects. It's been wonderful. And I didn't know that much about architecture coming into this, and I learned a huge amount. I even have nightmares that burly men with hammers are going to come into my house and tell me my plate height is too high and knock down the walls. But it's been a treat to work with you all, and I thank you all for your support these months.
Is it really been a year and a half?
Yeah.
I was shocked too, and when she and I were talking about it last week, I said, what? I said, for me, I have it, it's about 6 months. You know, I lost a whole year there.
Each of us about 6
You know,
months.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so we are down 1 human being on our board. Anybody have any
Thank you
idea?
for-
Yes, thank you very much. So anybody that would like to be a member or has an idea for a landscape architect, I think we have plenty of architects on the board. contact David or I, and so we can chat with him or her. Staff update, please do that. Staff update, anybody?
Nothing from me.
Kimberly?
Nothing for me either. Thank you.
Okay, Montecito consent item. We had one item today, 472 Santa Rosa Lane. It's on for both preliminary and final. We found that the plans were good and approvable with the exception that the color was not properly fully called out. So the applicant is going to do that. And we need to make findings to support the exception to the hillside overlay development standards regarding height. The full board was able to do that. But I think now that we are here at the actual motion, we need to include those as part of our motion. So Kimberly, if you can add those in. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on this item before we make the motion, please?
No request to speak.
Okay, so I would move for preliminary final approval with the applicant to add the color specification to PDF page 7 and for us to make the findings with the exception to Montecito overlay development standards. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item number 1. Anybody here for item number 1?
Sophie's online.
Okay. And is your client with us today, Sophie? Richard?
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, please. Just like the old world, back when we used to have a table like that.
Right.
Okay, so who wants to make the presentation, please?
We do also have a planner memo for this.
Wait 1 second. Okay, yes, we do have a planner memo. So this project attended the Historic Landmarks Committee on April 14th, 2021. The letter from HLC is attached. HLC strongly supports the recommendations from the project contained in the historic resource report. Retain the original window at the north end of the west elevation, north end of the west, shown on the west elevation below. Replace board and bat siding shall match the original in material and appearance. Replacement windows shall match the appearance of the house's historic window types in regard to the type and appearance of glazing bars. Consider revising the water heater door to incorporate some board and bat siding. And those notes were included on the drawings I've noticed. Is that correct? Sophie, if you can speak up a little bit.
We did put the battens on the door to the water heater.
Okay. Okay, so, and those notes were on the drawings, have been included on the drawings. Okay, so we're on, do you have anything else to say about this, please?
Yes, I'd like to, or Richard, it's up to, Richard, do you want to chime in or do you want me to chime in?
You can go ahead.
Sophie, Chip reminded me that we have comments.
Okay.
Permitted, let me read those. Permitted metal roof and previous alterations to the structure are unfortunate. One member stated his belief that the spirit and uniqueness of this Moody Cottage has been eliminated. Structure no longer retains historic qualities. One member cannot support the project given the unpermitted alterations and white color of the structure. Okay, so Sophie, thank you.
Okay, I just want to address one thing, which was the north elevation of the house. As we walk around to the side, we made corrections to the roof area. The neighbor was bringing that up, and so we fixed that. As you see in these plans that you're looking at, existing is above and proposed is down below. on each of these, so you can see what the differences, color changes, and there were 2 changes of windows because there's 2 bedrooms in this house, but they did not meet egress requirements. So those windows are enlarged and meet the requirements for egress.
Is that it?
The areas of the roofs, there's a 15-inch, height difference. And that was the only way to get the window to work on that elevation. And then there's a 3.5-inch roof elevation, again, for height for that bathroom.
Okay. So are you done then, everybody?
Can we see the other elevations?
David? It's basically what has been shown us for 2 or 3 meetings.
Huh?
It's basically what has been shown to us for 2 or 3 meetings.
The only thing I want to bring up, John, is the proposed east elevation. The roof was fixed for that. There was supposedly a ridge going down there, but we went over there, took photographs, and have the right layout for that roof.
Okay. Is that
I'm
it?
happy to answer any questions, or if you just want to go around on the other elevation.
Okay, so questions, Tip?
I guess the question is about the planner that since the roofing has changed to metal roofing, so that's not a part of the discussion of review.
It's been officially permitted by the county of Santa Barbara. Rightly or wrongly, it was officially permitted. Okay,
That's all I have.
Claire, please.
Do we have questions?
Questions?
No, I have no questions.
Elida, questions?
No questions.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
I do have a question. I am troubled by this white color. I have never approved a color knowingly that is this white in Montecito. And my question is, if I were to, and I went around to Rosemary Lane and to Periwinkle, which are this sort of the hot spots for, if I was to say that I would not vote for this project being the color that you're proposing, but would vote for one of these, all of which have a light reflective value of about 75, right around 75. Would you accept that idea, please? That's the question.
I would say no.
So, okay. So, public comment, is there, okay, public comment. Bill Babbitt, please come up.
Mr. Babbitt, I saw that you sent an email, maybe you want me to pull it up.
Can give them copies as well. Should I take this chair?
Anywhere that you'd like. The microphone is right here, and we're kind of learning
Yeah.
how to do this.
There you go. Yeah. Sorry, we keep meeting under these circumstances. Obviously, I'm opposed to the project. As neighbors.
3 minutes, please.
This is a letter that if you'd like to follow along on the letter, and these are,
Did that letter, have we seen that letter?
no, I had trouble.
It just came in right as it was getting set up.
Copies, and these are the images that I've sent in February as well as in June, and they've been passed by.
Okay.
I'm also speaking for 5 neighbors, several of whom are online. So if I run a little bit long, I think they're going to refer to my time. I have a very quick letter to read. So here's my letter. I represent 4 neighbors, 5 neighbors, 4 of whom are past or current residents of the HOA. The remodel submitted for 539 Periwinkle Lane should not be approved without modifications. The primary modification within Embark's purview we believe necessary is the removal of the black metal roof and its replacement with a Moody character roof. The roof, a non-Moody character roof, was applied for under false pretense, such that the applicant did not accurately describe the true scope of construction work. it intended to make structural modification to said roof and the structural walls beneath it, making a false application as well as and or not complying with the rules of any said permit once work begins is a clear violation of any building permitting process. A permit made under false pretense is not one that should be used to justify a pass in MBAR's evaluation of the greater remodel project as to whether the project is in keeping with MBAR's guidelines, including the project's compatibility with the surrounding historic neighborhood, non-enclave with like significant architectural properties. HLAC weighed in against this. They thought it was a foregone conclusion. It is not. An OTC re-roof permit would not have been allowed if the applicants made a truthful application as to the scope of their construction. We've been advised that some, if not all, of the black metal roof, depending what is found, may have to be removed in order to perform the mandatory underlayment and or possibly seismic diaphragm inspections the applicants did not call for. In addition, we heard these comments from MBAR members at the June 10th meeting, primarily about the roof. Unfortunate, damage was done. This is no longer a Moody cottage. This is definitely not a Moody cottage anymore. Awkward and objectionable. Given that this was a substantial aesthetic and structural change to a roof of a historic architectural property, and for any property for that matter, whether it be historic or not, approving this renovation with this roof is likely to set a precedent to encourage future applicants to evade the established and required limits set forth in the scope of an over-the-counter permit. We believe a mandate of a roof change is both justified and warranted. The second modification within MBAR's purview we believe is necessary is to request the corrections at the front facade and roof line. We urge MBAR to request truthful measurement and depiction of the front roof line, and facade, given that both the existing and the proposed roof plans in the northeast quadrant are still not truthful and do not coordinate with a note on the east elevation stating raised roof 3 inches here. The roof is shown existing, the proposed has no changes. If you look at any of the photographs, including the post-Hazleton report, it contradicts Ms. Calvin's statements. The scale of the northeast facade also remains in question as to the scale and accurate depictions. Once the roof lines and the facades are confirmed to be accurately depicted, only then we feel MBAR would be able to properly consider and or approve how the new egress window sets in the front elevation of this home. I've offered exhibits 3 to 7 and post-Hazleton's exhibits, you can look 11, 12, and 13 support these statements. The final observation we document for the record, the accuracy of the drawings outside of MBAR's purview, and one including it, shared with us for this August 10th MBAR meeting cannot be relied upon. We continue to notice misrepresentation and have tried to point these out to the planner. We feel that proper building safety oversight by other means may be necessary, either via drone, careful comparison of any submitted drawings with online photographs depicting existing conditions at the time of sale. In summary, the two most important and public comments of the remodel of this historic home and pertaining to MBAR's approval are the roof and the front facade, which after multiple MBAR hearings are still clearly two project elements that the community and we as immediate neighbors feel uncomfortable letting proceed as currently proposed. Please keep in mind, all of the existing work was done without required oversight and permits. There is a history of inaccurate statements, inaccurate drawings that have been a part of this entire process, as well as it took the county stepping in with 2 red tags in order to stop the work, after which some work continued. We asked MBAR to exercise its discretion to determine that the proposed remodel, including changes to the roof, are not in keeping with the Montecito Board of Architectural Review guidelines, including the project's compatibility with the surrounding historic enclave neighborhood. We believe that MBAR not only may, but should use its discretion to require changes to make the remodel project compatible with the neighborhood and compliant with all the facts and the findings of approval. I'm Bill Babbitt. I'm speaking for 5 minutes.
I saw that a couple that goes to me sort of your letter or online.
Yeah.
You're speaking for them.
I'm speaking for them unless they have additional comment, but I would urge you to look carefully at the photograph.
So I have some questions for
Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on this issue, please?
Where's public comment?
Yeah, question.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead and raise your hand if you're online, if you want to speak. I don't see any.
Okay, so Chip, you want to?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We do have one raised
Okay,
hand. Mitchell Kaufman.
Sure.
This is Mitchell Kaufman, and I support Bill Babbitt's statements, and I would defer my time to any additional time he may see as relevant and needed.
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else, please? Okay, closing public comment. Chip, you wanted to add?
I have two questions for, I guess, the planner, who's the planner on this one?
Katie,
no.
Katie, are you here with us?
Okay, so I guess one of my questions had to do with, let's talk about the roof for a second. I assume that this is the historical merit building, not significant.
I don't think it's ever been officially designated one way or the other.
But it went in front of the HLAC,
Yes, it did.
so it probably historical merit.
Well, it's more than 50 years old, and so I think you'd have to refer to their jurisdiction.
So I guess my question is, what is the county's policy? Let's say you have a historical significant building and you're coming in, you apply for roofing, change of roofing. Can you do anything you want to do and they can approve the county? That's a question for the planner.
Kimberly?
Excuse me, let me just make sure that I heard the question correctly. Is there anything the county can do to make the roof, to change the roof?
No, his question is, if I own a building and I go in for a re-roof permit, are there any restrictions to what material I can use?
It's a long answer to that question. The answer is, if there is a previous permit that established a specific material, color, or style, and this new roof would be contrary to that previously approved and issued permit, then it may trigger new permit requirements. But from a planning perspective, there is no restriction on material or color. Only when you get to the permit process and you start applying policies. And it's a very fine line between what is a permit trigger and what is not. Typical re-roofs are exempt from zoning permit requirements.
But does it mean that it's had to be, when you re-roof, should it be the same or equal as existing roofing materials, or you can completely change it to anything you like to do?
The restriction only comes into play if there is a previous permit that designated material and color. So if you have a project that didn't ever receive a land use permit, it predated zoning, or it didn't go through our Board of Architectural Review, or it was unstated on the plans, there are no restrictions on what you can replace that roof with, material or color with.
So what it means is that if you have a historical building that has not been heard before, you can do whatever you like to do.
For re-roofing.
Yeah.
If you have a structure that has been nominated and is landmarked,
Not nominated.
if it's not nominated and it just has historic significance, then the ordinances do require that you prove that the alteration would not impact the historic significance.
But since this one has nothing at all before the applicant decided to re-roof, because
Correct.
he's free to do, he or she is free to do whatever they like to do,
In general, yes.
which that's why the county approved the re-roofing. on this.
Yes.
Okay, so and then I guess my second question refer to one of the comments you made here about false application. What is faulty about the roofing application?
Can I answer this? So there's, in my opinion, if you go to apply for a re-roof permit and you say, this is all the work I'm going to do, that's appropriate. There's an ethical component to this. They knew this was a Moody cottage. They did not disclose that apparently. There's no legal requirement for them to do it. If they were doing no other work. They applied for a re-roof permit. They applied for work A, but they did work B, which was an entire remodel, including structural changes to the roof and structural walls changed below it, and did not disclose that. So that's why we're saying this should be voided. They did not represent properly their scope of work from a construction standpoint.
But, they could start the re-roofing.
They could start the re-roofing, and the
And
minute
then-
that they decided to change it, go back and apply for re-alteration of the permit,
But
which
then-
they obviously would have gotten caught about.
Right, but at that point, the re-roofing permit would have been issued already.
It would have been issued, but it would be put the entire project under reconsideration.
Okay, so this is not really within our purview. This is more a civil lawsuit kind of purview,
To
so.
get to my second question about the code. You painted the building.
Yeah.
And so the reflectivity is definitely higher, what is it, 71%?
Well, what we normally say for normal everyday buildings is 84 or less.
84 years.
I went around and looked at Periwinkle and Rosemary, which are the two streets. Rosemary isn't in the Montecito, but it is, So, and those, the best that I could, without trespassing on people's property, it looks like they're around mid-70s. The
So my
LRVs.
question
But
is,
none of those buildings are white.
No, no.
That, I mean, that's the issue, it's the
Light,
white.
I think the real issue is the light reflective value.
right, so the question is that what is the color that we use?
I don't know, but it looks to me like it's the one that everyone, when I was out there, my guess is it's in the low 90s,
So you believe it's higher than what we would?
much higher.
Unless they can bring it back and say, no, this is comply or not. One or the
Well,
other. You can see it.
they have represented that the existing condition is some kind of a blue color.
Yeah.
And they want us to permit a white color. Okay, I just asked, would you accept this color?
But my question is, you believe that the white, they painted it. Do not comply to the requirement that we are trying to do to other projects.
Well, that's half of it. I'll make my comment later. You'll hear my full side later.
So let me just say one thing in regards to the white.
Yeah.
So on our street, we have two white houses besides our house. The one that is white, almost across the street, 3 corner from ours, is white as well.
Is it a Moody cottage?
Yeah.
Okay,
You should be able to.
Oh.
see
And
that.
it used to be yellow, and they went white at some point.
Okay, I guess we'll.
okay, so we need to get
Yeah.
this done one way or the other. So, do you have any more comments? Okay, so Claire, comments, please.
Question or comments?
We already went through questions.
We went through
But we haven't
questions, we did.
I'm trying to get comments and then I'm gonna try to get a motion. We'll see how we do today. Do you have any comments?
Okay, so now we're back into your
Do
comments.
we have to keep Bill? I'm not comfortable with him being in this setting if he's not necessarily involved with. the
Well, he's public
comment.
comment, so he can go back and sit in the
Yeah,
chair
why
then.
don't you? Thank you for sharing today.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry, we keep meeting under these circumstances. I think these drawings are
Okay.
great.
So,
So, also here in my comments, I guess, I was when I made the comment about the roofing last time, and I think it's unfortunate with metal roofing. I love metal roofing, but I don't know metal roofing of this building, but at the same time, if the county approve it, then the county approve it, it is what it is, the train or electric station arrive and there's really nothing we can address that, it's just unfortunate the metal roofing. The color is a different issue for me, because I know that we have been looking at the reflectivity of the white very carefully on all the projects in Montecito. And because of that, I would like to make sure that it's something that the applicant will pick the color that meet the requirements that we have been kind of sort of imposing on all other projects. And that would be fair to other project. If this one had some different one, that'd be too bright or too reflective. And so that's, but other than that, I'm fine with the rest of the changes.
Okay, so Claire, please, comments.
Well, just going through down the list. As far as the metal roof, I actually, even though I don't like it, and the fact that it's there, I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the exterior color of the house, and I will not be voting for this project, period. That's it. It doesn't represent, besides the ones that John looked at, I went and looked at the other ones that are in the city, and most of them, pretty much all of them I looked at, all kind of have this same kind of what John laid out for you. And until the whiteness goes away from this building, I am not going to vote for it.
Is that your comment, please? Claire, are you done? Are you done?
Yep, that's it.
Elida, please.
I can't speak to the architecture changes on this as far as the windows and doors and such, but I'll leave that to my building architectural colleagues. And I don't have a problem with the roof either. And I wasn't really aware until this that came before us about the colors. And I don't have a strong opinion either way, to tell you the truth. However, I think because this is a Moody home design, it should be in keeping with other Moody projects. And if this goes outside what is acceptable for Moody, I would suggest that you maybe be a little more flexible. That's all.
Okay, Robert, please.
Well, first of all, the roof, if you took off the metal roof, you couldn't put on wood shakes because of high fire hazard.
Many of them have asphalt at this point.
But would asphalt shingles really look any? I mean, they might look more appropriate, but I don't know that it would improve the building, so I'm okay with the roof. As far as the color goes, I mean, I have to admit, I've always loved black and white, but it is not really appropriate to be that white. I've seen the more creamy whites, but if you have to put in all these new window and door units, you're going to be repainting anyway. That may be an opportunity just to make that next coat something a little more discreet and not so bright.
A better way of making it seem like it's something that's plausible.
Okay.
Is that everybody that commented?
No, my turn.
Sure.
I also won't vote for this project, and quite frankly, I'm ready to make a motion for denial, primarily based on color, because there's a statement in the general plan. It was pointed out by the post-Hazeltine report: preserve and protect properties and structures with historical importance. It doesn't say that it has to be a designated landmark or anything like that. Historical importance in the Montecito community to the maximum extent feasible. I think that the changes to the roof were unfortunate. I think that they were permitted. If you disagree with that, I think that that's something to chat with an attorney about, but not this board. But I think that the color is so, in my opinion, egregious and out of character with the other historical buildings of this genre that I would vote no. I think we have to either act or one way or the other today. I don't want to just continue this and continue it and continue it. Maybe we could be here another 5 years the way we're going. So
My take is, I think we are very close. I mean, it is what it is, sort of, you build it. And so I think the color, unfortunately, I'm in alignment with Robert. I like the white building, but I understand the nature. You bought something, and when you bought something, you probably be more aware what you can do, what you cannot do. So I would vote for it if the color is softened up to reflective.
Okay, so
That's
we're on for both,
Yeah,
for
we're on.
preliminary, and it's odd to be the first item on the agenda. I specifically requested it be on the first item so that you and your designer, if you choose to include her, would have the opportunity to go on out and look at buildings around that we've talked about and see whether or not you could propose a different color that would be consistent with the Montecito, with the Moody cottages. If you're willing to do that, we can table this till a later time in the meeting today to give you time to go and look at alternate colors and come back and propose different colors. If you don't want to do that, then we will have to act some other way.
Yeah, because for benign, for visible to deny, it's a path that I don't really want to strike because it will drag on forever. They go to education.
And cost more money and more time.
And most likely, they are much more difficult than us.
John, could he possibly, those chips that you showed him?
I
There you
brought
go.
these, I came here for action today.
Yeah.
You are welcome to those.
Yeah.
And Sherwin-Williams has all their LRVs on the paint chip. This is my personal, please bring it back.
So I also would like to come to a conclusion on this. I didn't know that the pink color was gonna be a critical item.
No, outside,
No, I understand, but I think to Robert's point and to Tip's point,
okay,
if we can go with a softer, non-reflective white in the same family, I would be willing to agree to that.
Still not.
I think to me, it's about the light reflectivity, and that's where I came here. There is a white in here that is a 78. This is as white as they get, 78. And it's
So-
gonna be very much softer than the 93 that it probably is today.
That's a similar color to some of those rose color.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
think the
you
reason that I
said
was thinking,
this white that.
The top right,
The top right.
yeah.
so I think that a little bit of my confusion is, we didn't have the painting of the house. It's kind of our scope of work. We're trying to do at this point, 5 windows, 1 French door. And I was thinking architecturally, if we could get that to move through, we can do a modification of color. My feeling is, there's so many white houses around. Yes, they're not perhaps Montecito, they're not Moody sister houses per se. But to put the onus on me after the house is already painted white, the first thing we did is paint the house white even before we put the roof on. I just don't understand why that's still being imposed on us. It's like saying hey, the driveway has to be here, or the doors, we don't like the door swings. It's like it was kind of
Okay.
an already existing condition.
We have to move this on. So if you would like to come back and propose a different color today, and so you have the body color and the trim color, I, for one, would be happy to hear you later today. But if you don't want to do it, I, at least for one, am ready for denial. So that's a very severe place to go.
Okay, so tell me, just so I know the whites that I could be looking at here.
Well,
He gave you that.
hang on.
I don't
Hang
think
on.
that this is,
Hang on. So on the back here,
Yeah.
it says LRV 56,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's true for every paint chip in here. Somewhere in like mid-70s is where you should be looking.
In mid-70s and you're still okay in a white family.
To me, I'm okay with that. Yes, it'll be toned down.
Where's that catalog that, right, get that historical right there?
This is a Sherwin-Williams.
Right, but does this color right here, which they call Monterey white, is that the LRV?
Yes, I looked it up.
So then,
Hold it. So I want
He can
you,
choose that too.
you can choose that if you want.
What was it called, Monterey Way?
No, it's right here.
It's right
You can take all of that, return this.
Yes, I
That
will.
you can have the others.
Nine,
I'd like to
See
table
that
this.
right there?
Thank you.
five.
I'd like to table it. So we're gonna meet sometime later today for a vote.
Eight.
Okay.
How will we know for that?
I don't know. You can stay right there if you want. Thank you. When you come back, body color, trim color.
Can we, these are just sashes painted black, can we leave
So
this?
put this part on the,
Also as you want, and then we'll chat about it.
Okay.
Okay, so is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, that makes
Oh,
sense.
Okay, so item number 2, 1779, San Leandro. Dale, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. You're online.
You mean that-
Oh, the other thing, Richard, the FAR worksheet
Mine
on the
is
top
shut
page is not filled
That
out.
stuff here.
That
Yeah.
needs to get filled out.
They're actually, yeah,
FAR.
the whole pile, they go
Oh, gotcha,
for
gotcha.
that project. Well, I'm just gonna put it back here until I'm gonna get it off the table. Because I don't think we need, yeah, that.
There was a blessing with item number 3 being continued. And number 8. Okay, item number 2. Dale, are you here, please?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry about that. Are you ready to make a presentation, please?
Yes, I am. What we have is a building, existing building built in the 1950s that is part of the late 1950s that has a one-story building, attached two-car garage, and a building on the property that was built without a permit. We are looking to remove all the buildings on the property and put up a brand new building in its place. That is, brought on by the fact that we are in an area, the flood area, and to do so, we have to raise the new house 2 feet above the highest point on the property. Our design that we come up with is a very contemporary style house, not anything like the existing house was whatsoever. We're looking for a building that's approximately 84 feet by 23.5 feet wide, one-story flat roof with a two-car detached garage of similar design and quality, separating the two, leaving them with a large backyard. We were thinking about putting a pool in, but we decided to rescind that and not put a pool, even though the drawings show a pool located in the backyard. We're taking that out of the element for discussion today. So our discussion is for the house. It's a simple 3-bedroom house, approximately 1,900 square feet, 1,960 square feet. And it is, intended for a young family and their use in the yard. So we're looking and hoping that the board will approve the building as designed, very contemporary style. And we have the siding will be a vertical 1x6 lap siding that has the Shugiban, if I pronounce that correctly, type of finish on the outside, which is like a burnt wood look to it. And the house will sit raised up off the ground as it's a floating element. So in other words, the foundation is going to be set back about 30 inches from the very edge of the existing building. And landscaping will be in there, taking up some of the look and design to help us mitigate any looking underneath the house. But it's going to be very beautiful in style, and the neighbors are in favor of it as well. So we've already gone through and approached flood control and all the other, outside elements for approval on this project. There's the garage, detached, very simple, straightforward. And the next page will be the exterior elevations. And what it is, we have metal railings for the stairs going in. The entry will be a center pin hinged entry door.
very contemporary in style, and that's, you know, we're looking for both economy as well as young styling, contemporary styling. You know, that's basically the end of the, presentation.
Okay, thank you for being so concise.
Stay
Questions,
here, stay here. No, I'm talking to you.
questions, Robert?
Is this a manufactured home?
No, it's not.
Does it
Stick built.
one?
It's not, it looks like one.
Okay, that's all.
Landscaping, when we apply it, will, soften quite a bit of this.
Okay, Elida, please, questions?
No questions.
Tip, questions?
Is the house floating above ground or is it sitting on wheels or?
It's got a foundation 30 inches inside and it sits up with a reveal around it. Is that it?
Because it's in the floodplain.
Yeah. Yeah, San Leandro, they got hit big time. Okay,
Actually, water did not get to the house. It just came at the foot of the, down the street, just barely on the property.
any other questions?
You may want to see the landscape and how it integrates.
Well, we're not there yet. We're-
Well, do you have it?
First time we've seen it, I mean, we don't need.
No, next, if we, no, so next page. Next.
It's very simple roof plan.
So we don't have any landscaping in this set,
Yeah.
okay? Okay, so questions clear?
So underneath what we see, the white part, that is gonna be just cement.
That will be concrete, but once again, that could be painted color to hide. It's not gonna be white or the gray standard concrete just left as is. That can be color coded to be brown or gray. Excuse me, not gray, but black, similar to the Shoshogiban exterior siding, which is going to be almost like a black brown in finish. So we will hide that. It's not going to be, very black and white type of thing. No.
No more of those black and white.
No.
I couldn't resist that.
I heard, yes.
Oh, black and white.
Okay, Claire, is that it? Questions?
Yes, right now, I think that's all I have.
Okay, so can we go up to the very first sheet, please? And can we look at the FAR worksheet, please?
Oh, there's a separate.
Well, there's one on there that's also, okay, so Dale,
Yes.
okay, so let him get zoomed in here. Do you see where it says existing right above where the cursor is?
Yes.
You need to put the square feet in there. So if it's 1960, then you take away 1960, that's 0. And then you add in 1875. So the area on the right-hand side would say 185, not minus 185.
Okay.
And it's a detached garage. So it doesn't go in part 2, it goes in part 3. Okay.
Okay.
And when you do all that calculation, everybody, it comes out to an FAR of 62. Just so it's a relatively small house
Right, okay.
on a small parcel. Okay, so then my question is, have you now if we can go to the elevation sheets again, have you considered utilizing something like a deck element, wrapping the building or more being larger so that the building has a grander feel rather than feeling like a trailer in a trailer park where you have a small stair next to a small door? Have you considered that, please?
We have not considered it, but we will take it into consideration and take a look at it. You're saying something like tying the decks together? So
Yes,
they make,
and extending them, and so that you create what in architecture is called a plinth.
right?
So it's a base to a building. What you've got is something that's overhanging. I do understand that, where you're going with that, but the question is, have you considered putting a plinth by integrating a deck in this?
If I were to do that, I would do it on the, what is called the south elevation principally. On the north, where we have the main entry, we do want to make that as a focal point. And then, of course, the two end elevations would remain looking the same. But I would consider, because those are the three main accesses from the house to the open yard or the yard area.
In architecture, one of the primary design elements that we all are capable of using is pattern and rhythm. Have you considered ways to alter the floor plan or so that the fenestration is in a more patterned way? It makes more sense as developing a rhythm for the whole building rather than being a hole cut in a wall where it seems to be convenient. Have you considered that?
We have not, but we can certainly take a look at that. We're
Okay,
hoping to, keep as much usable wall space internally for furnishings and et cetera. And then there's certain areas that we, like the south elevation is where we have the principal view and usage to the yard. The other side is not as, for example, the north is more and closer to the side property line, which we want privacy, not only for my clients, but for the adjoining neighbor. We want to maintain privacy there. But, once again, we still will look at the, window sizes and grouping to see if we can come up with something that's a little bit more amenable.
thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 1779 San Leandro, please?
Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so comments, same order, Robert? We are on for concept only today.
I am not in favor of the design. I don't think it's appropriate for the neighborhood. And the only way to pull it off would be to use.
Hold on one second. I think we lost our connection.
Oh,
Just give it just a second. Trying to reconnect.
So Dale, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so please go ahead, Robert.
okay, so even with the highest quality materials, I'm not sure it's gonna fit the neighborhood context. And to be honest, I haven't driven by the site, but at this point, I think it's just too simple and too mobile, manufactured house looking, and the flat roof, the flat sides, the cantilever, the stair, there's like on the south elevation, why wouldn't the window unit on the left match the right? If in fact you're going for simplicity, and there's just certain things. And again, I'm not sure how it fits into the neighborhood. I am remiss, I'll have to drive by, but my guess is most of the houses are looking completely different than that. That's it.
Elida, please.
This is not a residential building. This is an industrial building, and I wouldn't be able to support it.
Is that it?
Yep.
I love you, Elida. And will you be here to vote for this project when it comes back?
Probably not.
Okay, there you go. Okay, Dale. So, Chip,
Yeah, I always like, what is it? Less is more, right? Or
Yeah.
more is less.
Mies van der Rohe, yeah.
Mies van der Rohe. And this is definitely not Mies van der Rohe in any sense, or modernism in any sense. And actually, if I was a next door neighbor, I would be really, really against the project. I think it will kill the neighborhood, literally. And I like simplicity, but this is something that we always try to hold down the buildings, make it smaller, more discreet. But I think this is completely went the opposite direction. And because of that, I would definitely not support the project.
Claire, please,
If we're going to comment?
comments.
Oh, yeah. Gotta keep up here. Well, I actually like the simplicity of the building itself. And I don't think that, because I actually know exactly where this building is, because it's it's almost down an alleyway. I mean, it comes off the main road and then you go down and there's like 2 or 3 more buildings and they're all kind of like, 50 style cottage. Yeah, right there. And, but for me, I mean, the building itself is fine, but I'm really having a struggle with the stairs and the steps, and they're all too small, and the windows kind of overhang. I mean, it's something in how the whole structure, including the foundation, is put together for me, and that's all I can say, is that I think that if you're going to have stairs going down, they should at least be as wide as the windows above it, and I think the whole building could actually be surrounded with decks, which would kind of settle it down rather than having just a cement plinth underneath it. So those are my comments at this point.
Dale, I tend to have the same comments, but what I'd like to do is to make some suggestions. So when I look at your drawings, I don't get an overarching sense of elegance. If you're going to play the simple game, I think the only architecture I've ever seen in the 50 some odd years that I've been at this are always elegant if they're simple. And this does not yet rise to that. Mies van der Rohe, it's spelled M-I-E-S, did the Seagrams building and a number of other buildings. And his buildings, less is more, embrace this kind of an architecture, but he used very refined materials, not a sliding glass door. So, and it's the detailing, actually less is more is about the detailing, not about the structure itself, was elegant. And when you understand how buildings go together, I mean, it's mind-boggling how beautiful some of that stuff is. Another guy of that period was a guy named Gropius, and you might want to check him. And European modern, if you want to stay with a flat roof, if you want to go to a roof overhang, mid-century modern or Japanese. So I would suggest that you take a look at those. I don't think that the location on the property, the setbacks, the height, the FAR, any of that's an issue. I think it's the way in which this building is put together. The question that came out is it a mobile home or not, is indicative of the fact that you haven't yet brought the additional larger picture into the building than what a mobile home designer would bring. Now, curiously, either item number 5 or item number 6 on our agenda, there's 2 on the same property, I can't remember which is which, has a very simple building. as part of one of the things. You might want to stay on and watch the presentation for these. It's not, it's clearly a different style than this, but I think the overarching qualities of the design with that may give you an idea what we're looking for. So I think you've got to find something to bring to this building that's going to bring it the heart that we don't yet see. So I think that there's lots of places to go. I don't think it's the floor plan. I don't think it's the size, the height. I think it's the quality of the architecture itself. Okay? Can you take a good look at that?
I certainly will.
Okay, thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Item number 3 has been continued. So we will not be hearing that. Item number 4 and also item number 8, if somebody's waiting for number 8, item has been continued. Item number 4, 1410 Greenworth. Is there somebody here that would like to address the board on that, please? And there was some neighbor comments. Are there any neighbors here for this project, please? Any neighbors for this project? Could you please fill out a slip if you want to speak and bring it up? If you don't want to speak, that's okay. But okay. So, sir.
Michael Porter, I represent Jay Henseth at
Okay,
1410.
Is your wife here? If she'd like to
Yes.
join us and bring up a chair. We're just a little bit of a camping out situation where we are right here.
And you don't have a pointer, so I have to do the old fashioned way.
Joe.
Laser.
No, they were all.
We
taken
didn't bring the point.
25 minutes after, yeah, sorry.
Okay,
They were gone this morning.
I'll just stand up. You wouldn't mind going to my site plan, which is AD 102, I think. There we go. So we have been before this board before in terms of concept.
You're Mr. Porter, right?
Yes,
Okay, I just wanted to just be clear who you really are, okay?
I'm not sure who I really am.
Well, as far as it says on the agenda, you say
I
that
knew who that.
you're Mr. Porter.
It's a lifelong pursuit to figure that one out. Yeah.
So when we were here before, there were some comments from the board regarding some additional information that they wanted to see at our next round of concept review. So we've done a couple of things. One, we did go to the fire department and receive conceptual approval just last week. So that was
Michael, why don't we go to the comments first? Thank you for reminding me. That's a weakness, so please. Okay, so we have some comments. So
Concern from the last year.
Concerns regarding height of structure, restudy, consider lowering roof pitch, provide details on existing structures, provide details on existing and proposed perimeter landscaping, consult with Montecito Fire District. Thank you very much for letting me do that.
Okay, so we did consult with the fire district and we received conceptual approval. The planning department is at the juncture where they're ready to approve our coastal development permit pending your preliminary approval.
Okay.
We're only a concept today, so next time. So one thing we did do is I articulated, you can see our landscape in here that exists, and then these guys exist. This project, for those of you who weren't at the last meeting, has currently a driveway is circular here with some landscaping in the middle. The garage proposed, there's currently no garage on this parcel now. So parking is on the surface around this drive access. So we did some studies in terms of location, and this we determined was the best location because we have an easement that runs through here. This guy right there. And so this is the location. We're off the setback. You know, this is a 10-foot setback here. We were also required to remove this unpermitted structure here, the unpermitted carport structure here, and we are also removing the shed structure that's here that doesn't require a permit. So all three of these buildings are being removed to place this new garage on site. The existing house, dare I say, is Moody's sister's house. It was a barn from the 1890s and renovated in the 40s by the Moody sisters to be a residence. We'll get to the elevation and such in a second, but there is a currently existing hedge here that is pisciform, and it's between 9 and 11 feet high currently. There's, and we'll see on another one of my exhibits, the adjacent landscaping. So if you wouldn't mind going to my elevation sheet. So what we talked about before, the existing house has a 10-foot high plate. It's actually 11 foot high on the inside. So we replicated that here, and we had a survey done to determine that the roof pitch is actually 6 and 12 on the existing house. So we replicated that on the garage here. And let's see, why don't we go to my last sheet, which is the photos, are the, here we go.
There, yeah.
So I don't know if we can zoom in. This looks like it's pixelated over here. So this is the existing house, the one that was the barn converted to the minister's house. And this element here is this element, and would be directly across from the proposed garage. So you can see the plate condition, and you can see, you know, relative scale here, the doors. If you wouldn't mind going to my side section. There we go. One more back.
Up one, Dave.
Up one, sorry. Thanks. So we did a site section. Here's the proposed garage. Remember, we have a hip condition here. So in the middle, my ridge is about 14 foot long here. The site section, I overlaid the footprint of the adjacent parcel. There's a roof ridge that runs along in here. This is a garage. Originally a garage. We believe it's now turned into habitable space. And there's now 2 bedrooms along this side. And this is on the existing house. This line represents a slope, comes down here. It's a gentle slope. This is all landscape back in here. And these represent, at least conceptually, there's a big bottle brush tree that runs in here, that these trees here on this property are a bit higher than our hedge here. So this is our proposed elevation at the ridge. This is the elevation at their ridge over here, which is slightly higher. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? You can see there's this drop down here. This is the property line. Here's the hedge line. So I know that there were some comments from the neighbors in a letter, particularly the 2 that live here. And there's one neighbor that lives down on the corner below here. And Jake probably has some exhibits to amplify that. But you can see that at 57 feet from the edge of the building to the edge of this building, and nearly another 11 feet to the ridge line here. So I'm that's kind of a standard residential subdivision lot away from this building. And this is elevation 98. This, I think, because I don't have any survey points for these guys.
Right, that's okay.
But I did
Yes.
do my archival research, and that's what it indicated. So we're at 98.75. This, I'm thinking, going to be there. We need to do our civil plan to make the driveway piece work. So let's see, there was some discussion in the letters regarding water and where the water goes. Currently, you can see here, and you can see on my site line, you don't need to go there. This is easier to do. The water does run this way, and Jay had made some modifications along in here with at this owner's request some time ago to create a berm that channels water out here. Now, obviously, once we do the garage, we're going to have to slope away 4% and 4% to create swales, go back and forth there, and then take it out to the street. I don't think I have any other points I need to make.
Okay, so you're done.
I have some.
Oh, okay.
If I could pass these out. This is sort of.
He's the owner?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, fine, just to.
So this is what I'd like to go through with you. This is the neighborhood here, and I've designated our parcel. Let's see, 19 minutes. Let's see everything. So our parcel is in the red. And one of the concerns that that was listed is that our property is out of scale with the neighboring properties. And if you look at the homes in yellow, those are all either two-story or have two-story elements. So we're surrounded with two-story structures. We are proposing that all of our structures are single-story with a maximum ridge height. What is it of the new garage would be?
It's about, well, there's parts of that are, depending on where you do, it's like 17 to the ridge.
So anyway,
From
this is a, and I have photos of the properties in question. If you thumb through them, you can see they're listed, and I have photos of the two-story structures that border us, and they're substantial, and this is direct neighbor next to us. And they are 1405 on the yellow coordinated map. They're adjoining ours. This is one house away, two-story element. This is another one across the street, two-story element. And once again, this huge house adjoins us on the rear. So we're surrounded by two-story structures. So I don't think having us have a single-story structure is out of character for the neighborhood. And so, in addition, if you look, let me see this, Chevy. Here's my interior plate height on this space is the neighbor, and this space is the garage. This is a boxed in eave. The interior plate height is over 10 feet. It's 10'6". And the eaves are a 4-foot overhang and they're boxed in. So you can see with my wife holding her hands up, the plate height on these structure, the main house is significantly higher than what we're proposing for the garage. Here is the hedge with the tree in real perspective with my wife standing in front of it. So you can see there's a substantial barrier between the neighbor that is here to object to the height. She will virtually, this is approximately 10 to 11 feet. The bottle brush tree behind it extends another 4 to 5 feet. So there's a substantial visual barrier between the properties. And like I said, Michael said earlier, this was a house that was built in the either late 1800s or 1900s. It's not a California ranch style home. It was remodeled by the Moody sisters, and Sally and myself feel that it's fair that we want to keep it true to that style of construction. We don't want a 4 and 12 pitch height. We want
Because we don't want a low, flat structure. We want a structure that's in keeping with the design of our current residence.
So are you two done then, please? Okay.
Yeah.
Questions,
Oh,
Claire?
I'm sorry, one last thing. There was a question of you, look on the second to last page. This is the water flow that our neighbors are concerned with, which comes from the properties above us. We are on a downhill slope. And the main Olive Mill Creek came by and it came right at our house and turned 3 homes away above us. But the angle of the ground level above us funnels, not during typical rainstorms, but when the ground becomes saturated, this is what we're dealing with, the amount of flow that comes from above our property. This is above our main house. Our main house is below here. So what you can see cascading here is what we deal with coming from above us. And the neighbor below, I think the gentleman's here today, he's concerned that this flow continues for down the street. As you can see on the last page, this is how we funnel it. It spreads out in a broad plane and it goes out in a controlled manner into the street. So we feel like we've dealt with this flood that attacks our property in a considerable way. This is the property where the neighbor, Athena, who is here today, she asked me to slope this ground here back towards the street, back towards my driveway and funnel it out onto the street, which I did to accommodate her concerns. The other neighbor that is here is on the other side of this hedge down here. The water flows here, is controlled by this curb and goes around the corner down on the street. So that's basically.
Okay, now are you gentlemen done? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Questions, Claire?
Is the proposed garage? Is it now going to have the same 6 and 12 pitch?
Yes.
Okay. There was one other question. What was my other good? Go ahead, John. I wrote something else I was going to ask.
Questions?
Can I see the site plan again, please? Okay, so where's the property line? Is that the northern property line?
The northernmost one where the trees are?
Yeah,
Yes, that's the northern property line.
and you mentioned that couple of things have been removed, the buildings. You said something.
There's a playhouse currently.
Oh, it's on your property.
It's all the structures are on my property and there's an old playhouse for my kids with a carport underneath it. And there's a single kind of post and beam carport that will be removed.
And and you mentioned about an easement, access easement.
It's not an access easement, it's utility easement for the telephone pole. So, David, would you mind like zooming in here?
I can't see too much.
Yeah, I can't either. That's why I have glasses. So here's that playhouse structure. Here's a shed.
Oh, so the property line.
And the property line is here.
Wow.
There's an existing power pole here. And then there's a 10-foot wide utility easement for this that goes all the way across the property. And is there a well or another power station behind that separate little funny?
The easement creates a T on our property. It goes along that red line to the middle of our property, and then there's another power easement crossing.
And then you have a 10, is that a 10-foot setback on the side?
10-foot setback here,
And then 25?
here. But that would be here is the setback, that red, and the easement is here and here. That's how that's split, and here's the pole. And then we were required to have, a radius out for where we can't have structure from that pole.
And the plate height is 10 feet?
2 tone.
Our proposed play height is 10, which is close to the play height of the original house. The original house play height is 10.6.
There's so many people. Thank you, Ashley.
John, before we move on, I was asked to make an announcement by our friends of the Montecito Fire. So it has to do with parking. So they've asked anyone parked in the lower parking lot to move up to the upper parking. The water district has asked people not to
That's me too.
in that lot.
Yeah, there's no parking.
So fire staff said they can assist people find. parking.
Okay, so I'd like to pause the meeting for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm also in the parked at the wrong spot. So.
Okay.
to handle the water flow as best I can, but you can see it's
Well, no.
somewhat beyond my control at times.
Montecito, I mean, I've lived here for 60 years and the drainage in
We don't know if we're on, so.
horrible.
Okay, so we are in the middle of questions. Claire, did you finish your questions?
No, I think yes, I think I got my questions answered.
Questions, Tim.
No, I got all my.
Robert, please.
What is the intent on the garage doors? I mean,
I'd like them to be representative of the period, maybe some nice glass panels up top, but mainly wood, maybe cedar, stained dark, or maybe painted very dark. The house is
really.
The house is very dark, and we want to keep it in line with that. We would be staining the actual house, the actual structure, the same dark color as the house. But the garage doors would also be a dark, very dark wood stain.
No more questions?
Elida, please, questions?
There was still a comment before, an open issue of the fire department. Has that been resolved?
Yeah.
Yes.
To what degree? How is
They
it been
approved
resolved?
conceptually this set of plans that you're looking at
They
today.
have seen, it.
Yes.
okay, that's all.
Oh, okay. And I have a question. You talk about the roof pitch matching the house, but the plate height of the garage, you say that the house is I've heard 10, I've heard 11. So what's the plate height of the garage, please?
10.
And why is it so high?
So that the scale of that, because it's directly across the street from that element that Jay had showed across the photograph.
Across the driveway.
Yeah, so they're relating to one another in terms of scale.
Have you ever worked on a project where you attempt to make a building of accessory nature more diminutive to the primary structure, please?
Sure. Of course.
I don't really want to.
And therefore, why, with the exception of personal choice, is there any mandatory reason that would need to happen here, please?
No, it is personal choice because we're trying to reflect the other building.
Not really, because in the center stall of the garage, I want to put a lift to have another car on the center portion.
I think you can do that in a smaller space. I've actually had a client do that. So, okay, so public comment. I have one request here for item number 3 from Bruce Milner. Please, we need to hear you on the tape. So, are there others?
You didn't ask for them.
Okay, and this is also for item number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, item number 4.
We are on number.
Yeah, we're on number 4. And are you here? So please, we need to have you state your name and.
You should take this.
Oh, okay, there's a letter that I was hoping would read.
Yeah.
Okay, would you like us
Do you want to do that
to?
first?
Okay, well,
Okay.
either or,
Yeah, okay.
okay,
Get a letter out of the way and then.
okay. May I summarize this?
Yes,
Okay, so you are directly to the east, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, so this is the neighbor where the garage is closest. The property, excessive height and impact. They believe that this is. And both MBAR and multiple neighbors voiced concerns regarding the height of the structure as detailed in the revised plans. The south elevation facing the cul-de-sac remains in excess of 1510 and is functionally the same as the original plan. No reduction in the west for the reduction in the height for the west and south elevations. Okay, so a minor reduction. MBAR proposed lowering of the pitch to be in line with current structures. It sounds like we were uninformed with that and it's matching, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The excessive height will dominate the property view from the cul-de-sac. Flooding and drainage concerns, landscaping due to the rain, sufficient volumes of water. I think that that's really outside the purview of our body. It is important, but take it up with the planner, not with us. Next, please. We recommend the MDRA. Okay, and again, the V ditch is something that would be, from the planner's point of view, it's not an aesthetic issue. Is that the only one?
So her-
Item number 4. Okay, Alex, are you here, please? Water drainage and height,
Yeah, so I'm.
so that we can hit, so that we can hear it, please.
I'm at 1405 Greenworth, and we've lived on the cul-de-sac there since 1987. I'm in favor of the garage. I would like to see it built. Just two concerns, obviously, I've witnessed the amount of water that comes out of the driveway there, and it's not necessarily their water, it's coming from behind them, but it is literally a river that runs down the street when it does rain excessively. And I just thought that if something could be done, instead of making the whole area concrete, if there could be some mitigating landscaping or permeable that could potentially lessen it even a little bit, it might help. And then obviously, if it doesn't have to be as high, it would be aesthetically more pleasing to the neighborhood. But I want to emphasize, I'm for this, I'm in favor, and perhaps those two changes, which could be relatively minor, might be beneficial.
Did I get everybody? Okay.
Okay, so I'm not against having a garage. I'm actually just quite shocked that there wasn't a garage there.
Ma'am.
Argument.
Speak.
She already gave you one.
We need to hear you in this. Please don't be
Okay,
shy.
so I'm just not saying I'm against a garage. I'm just shocked that there wasn't a garage that came with the house. I thought that was part of a requirement of building a house, was to have a garage. The 3 structures that were coming down, the main issue is the Edison pole. I believe the setback is not 10 feet, it's 12 feet. The reason the shed has to go is that it's right literally where the pole is. The reason the unpermitted garage, or they say carport, but a garage is closed in, a carport you can see through, so it's a garage, blocks even access to this pole. So of course, not only is it unpermitted, it never would have been permitted because it obstructs access. The shed obstructs access, the garage obstructs access, the playhouse is the garage underneath, where they do put their cars. So we do not have a permitted garage. So I'm very relieved to see that we're getting a permitted garage. So it is 12 feet, not 10 feet, by the way, that Edison requires as a setback for any kind of structure. I know that I have asked Jay to do something about maybe put in a berm, but I do not call all the pipes and the junk between us a berm. I do not even see a berm. I've done landscaping. I know what a berm is, and I don't call that a berm. I thought it was an insult for them to say my garage is habitable space. It is not. The height of our garage, we are set lower down. The way they made it look like it was equal. That is so deceiving. We are actually set quite low down, and it is not comparable to what they're doing. What I'd also like to say is this 2-story thing, Alex's 2-story house is set way back, way back. So that's also a bit of a, unfair comparison. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the amount of concrete. I don't know if you've had a good look, but we have concrete that stands, and I'm hoping the concrete, well, I assume, since the structures are coming down, the unpermitted structures, that the foundation of concrete is going to be removed as well, as that is part of the structure. So we have concrete that comes pretty much, once they're removed, it will make a big improvement. But all of this is going to be concreted.
It's already there.
And that is what's causing the problem too. They're adding concrete with the three car garage. They're taking away the circular landscaping of 410 square feet and adding concrete. So it's not permeable. My letter, unfortunately, you skimmed over that part, but my recommendation of how we could mitigate this water issue, which I was ankle deep in that last rain that we got in that cul-de-sac, trying to sandbag, and I'm actually going to have to get a bump put in to stop the water from coming down our driveway, especially with this new construction. But one way of mitigating is to consider semi-permeable materials that might absorb a lot of this water that's coming from, I believe, a lot of the water is coming from up here and being drained this way, and it runs down, tons of it, and comes out like a big waterfall.
Ma'am, can you finish up your comments,
Yes,
please?
that was what I had to say. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Anybody else,
John, may I have the name of that speaker, please?
please? Your name, please?
Bruce Milner.
No.
Oh, Athena would be.
Can you give us a slip? with your- Okay, so-
It's all right.
So Athena,
Athena.
okay, you can find it. Is that good enough for you and David can get together?
I got it.
Yes, thank you.
John, is she at 1420?
She's immediately to the right on that drawing. Okay, Bruce, you're here, please. Thank you. And identify yourself, please.
Okay, Bruce Milner, number 1426 Greenworth Place.
1426.
So on this
Right
map
here.
you have, this is the Hansett's place.
Right.
This is Athena, which only has a 20-foot frontage. This is me on this corner. I have 261 feet of frontage, more than all the other houses
Oh, you're
combined.
20.
And I'm downgrade. So I'm about 15 foot or 12 foot below the Hansett's house.
Can I interrupt a sec? I just want to interrupt. If we're talking about water and drainage, that is not within the purview of, we're looking at design. We're not looking at trying to solve the water problems for every neighborhood.
No, I get it, but
Okay.
may I address that?
Yeah,
The reason it's come up is because there's now going to be a greater area of concrete, which is going to shed more water shooting down the street. So it's the property site itself that's generating water, or the property behind them. And I know that's the case, but the trouble is it collects mud along. Here's the driveway here. There's a little stone edge along the driveway. The water runs behind the stone edge, and the planter picks up mud and comes along the entire length of my property, all the way down to the corner, another corner. And even to this day, from these January rains, there's still mud that's dried out. And I think anyone will tell you, on my driveway, I had sandbags 2 to 3 layers deep to prevent this water coming around the corner and into my property. So I think the answer would be to put a V ditch alongside the driveway on the right-hand side, inside the planter, like 18-inch wide, little concrete hollow, to bring the water down and look clean, at least. Anyway,
Thank you very much.
that's my, thank you.
Sorry, one thing I forgot to mention was the story polling. I do believe that all the neighbors want to have that story polling.
Okay.
The height of the.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anybody else, please? Okay, close public comment for item number 4. Comments. We're on for concept only today. Claire.
well, I find this to be a very simple project. You know, of a garage, a 3-car garage. The paving that is there, I'm assuming has always been there. There's no new paving. The only paving that's going to happen or is gonna be under the garage essentially. I mean, is that correct? And because
Yeah, but
the driveway is already there, isn't
the
it?
driveway already exists, but in order to have backup, we need to pave a section in here, but we're removing some part of this in here. And again, we haven't gone down the road of having civil, engineer
Right.
take a look at that. One thing I did want to point out is there's these three structures. Once you remove those, it's back to permeable pieces, and there's a 300 square foot difference between this and the removal of those.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying when those structures go away, they'll be more permeable.
No,
They'll be permeable back in here.
Right,
But those this accounts for something like 400 square feet, and this is 700 square feet.
so they're adding
So it's a-
non-permeable, but
Yeah.
not the
not
whole
a lot.
garage.
right, okay. I think we're.
Comments?
Oh, comment. Well, I think I got all my questions answered and I don't think I
Comments?
have any other comments.
Okay, so Chip, comments, please.
Yeah, I do agree with Claire's comments, and I think it's a very simple project. It's I don't have a problem with a 10-foot plate height. I mean, if I probably want to make the garage a little more functional. And it's a one-story garage, completely way in the back. Comply to all the setbacks. You could have been a 2-story, but it's a 1-story. So because of that, it's a pretty straightforward for me, and I think we should come back on consent for preliminary and final.
Robert, please, comments?
I agree, it's a simple project, and I'm happy those 3 buildings that come out. This is not that much bigger than those 3 combined, so there really isn't that much more hardscape, and I'm sure with correct engineering and all that, which again is in our purview, that'll be figured out. Lowering the plate, I mean, the screening is so good between this house and the property line. I don't think a foot lower building would make any difference, really. So I support it as presented today.
Elida, please, comments?
I'll echo what Robert has to say, and I feel for everybody, all the neighbors. This is an issue, this water issue. And I would imagine these are bright, careful, thoughtful people that live nearby one another. And I think there's a way of resolving this, that it sounds like little money from everybody might have to get tossed in here. But the water flow is the only thing that's keeping people at bay here, and I think it can be solved.
I was surprised by the number of public comment letters that came in on this project. So I review them starting mid-Wednesday, usually, depending on what's happening in my office. And so, but I actually drove over there this morning in the torrential downpours that we had today. The 1/100th of an inch we were supposed to get. And the hedges that is there is fairly substantial to me. And the roof is going back, and that are those, I don't know, bottle brush, is that what it is on your property? So from a practical standpoint of view, every day, I don't see that this is going to have a deleterious effect visually on your property. So, and that hedge that's shown in just plain circles with dots in the middle, that's actually, as it sits there right now, it's fairly dense and it's fairly tall. So I think that that's going to do it. If you could let that grow up another foot or two, just sort of working with your neighbors on that, I think you're going to, anything that they might be able to see. But I'm not convinced about the site plan. I mean, the location I'm okay with. but you have an existing circular drive. You're not gonna come in where it is now and make an immediate right-hand turn. You're gonna drive in and make a sweeping turn into that garage and pull out. So I think that there's ways to reconfigure that driveway and still meet fire department access. They need to pull in 100 and then they can back out 100 feet. They don't need the turning circle there. And you are losing that center circular landscape area. I do not buy the concept that that's worth anything for drainage. It's up higher, it's just, the water runs around it. It's not being absorbed in there. If it was down low somehow, I'd buy it. But I think by doing a site plan where you are able to figure out a driveway configuration that's both more usable and aesthetically pleasing and interesting, I think that maybe a number of these items might get solved all at once. So I would ask that you do that and then figure out how the guest parking might work and things like that. You still have to solve that. Okay, so I've heard, drop this on Claire and I, who do the consent calendar. I'm happy to do that if you guys want, but that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Can I mention one other thing?
Please.
The garage doors, you mentioned that you may want to put lights in the top panel. I don't know about the rest of the board. I think that would lighten up the look a bit and maybe make it tie in with the Moody better. Do you think? More carriage house looking?
Well, there are some very beautiful carriage house doors from, a number of different manufacturers, but without a doubt.
Because they're drawn this solid right now.
Okay.
So John, what you're asking is him to, what you're asking the applicant and the applicant to to redesign the driveway.
So this is the eastern end of this existing driveway.
Right.
Right.
See the dash part that's
Right.
being, has to be.
What I'm saying is this is the angle you're coming in. So I think the practical world is that you're gonna be making an arc like that. And then pulling back out here and pulling in. I think that a fairly important part of that can be eliminated and provide some kind of additional filtration of the water that comes in, and it is not just sheet flowing 1,000 miles an hour going across it. I don't think the water problem is his. I think that they inherit it from up above. I think that it's a real pain. I think that what I have said about Santa Barbara forever is it's a land of extremes, extremely beautiful, extremely dry, extremely wet. I mean, and are we going in a wet period? I don't know, probably, So, but if you could do that, it would be, I think that would help everybody, including the aesthetics of your property, to get something in front of that garage rather than just a piece of concrete.
Okay.
So then are we asking them to return?
Well, they are on for concept today, so preliminary final on consent. Yeah,
Okay.
and then I guess you and I get to deal with it.
Okay, that's fine.
And the woman that is in charge of this from a planning sort of point of view is Olivia Beers. This is really a public works issue, and I'm sure that they have access, and she could get you to talk to people. That flooding stuff is way outside of.
I like your suggestion. I think that makes sense.
Okay, so does that work? There is no motion because of where we are, so thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
And, okay, item number 5. Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was mine slip.
Yeah, that's good.
Still going on.
That's the applicant.
Do you want these or? do I just do-
Item number 5, please.
Okay, thank you.
Goodness, look at everybody.
Okay, so no applicants, city, okay, last. Do I have a comment slip? Are you Jeffrey? Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so item number 5, Eva, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, and your team, I assume?
We are, yeah, we are all here.
Okay, excellent. So you have 2 projects with us. The
Yep.
first one is the 5 and 6. The first one is the gatehouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, and the comments, we have never seen that before, so planner comments. Staff would like to note that the interested party from which the public comment letters were received was contacted on July 13th, 2023. I think we were scheduled for that meeting and then we, for whatever reason.
Correct.
Okay, additionally, a one-on-one meeting with the interested party was held on the 18th. The meeting allowed staff to provide the interested party the opportunity to review the plans and ask various planning-related questions. Staff continues to be available to the public for questions and concerns regarding this project. Okay, so Eva, the
Yes.
floor is yours for the time being, okay?
Excellent. Okay. Can we put up the, let's see, the NBW 2023-810 Gatehouse M-Bar presentation?
Actually, the
Oh, I'm sorry. The
architectural plans.
Yeah.
I told you, it's the gate. Starting at the beginning. No, that's the house that we're looking at now. We want the,
Oh, yeah, no, this is the wrong one. This is the,
that's number 6.
Okay, do
All
you
right.
see where it says, David, do you see where it says 2308?
Yep.
It's those 3.
so that one. Yep. Excellent.
And that presentation is that the whole thing?
There actually should be, I think it was 04
Actual
architectural
plan.
plans PDF.
Yeah.
No, there was below this.
Yeah, okay.
There was
So
that, then there was the other.
Let's get started with this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, while they're coming up, yeah, we'll we'll touch on this. So this is, as you stated, this will be the gatehouse for the Rancho San Carlos property. Just to orient you, when we did the site visit for the main house, this is the gate that we drove in, and this general area is where your board parked, and then we carpooled up to the main house. So this is just intended to be the security and caretaker gatehouse. No one will technically be living in it full time. However, it will be staffed 24 hours a day. And it is, well, I'll just let Katie start talking about the architecture.
Do we have the architectural plans that were originally submitted?
For this portion of
We
the project?
we should.
Katie, for this portion of the project?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
for the
so
gatehouse.
Hi, David. It's Soren. The plans, you can go down to the bottom, plans conceptual, Rancho Santa Carlos.
Architect
That should be them.
right there.
Yep.
Great. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for seeing us again. So for the gatehouse, I will start out by walking you through the proposed design of the structures, and then I will hand it off to Will from the landscape team to speak to the site design components. So if you go to the next sheet. The project site is located on a 22.28 acre lot on the south end of the Rancho San Carlos property. It fronts East Valley Road and is surrounded by lots within the overall 236 acre property. It is currently a working agricultural lot with original entry gate and walls off East Valley Road, but no other structures. The goal of the project is to reactivate this entry by providing a modest gatehouse with low profile and small footprint for the caretakers of the property that will allow them to manage access to the site and grounds. So let's put this into context. So the site is located on lot 26 to the right of the page, with East Valley Road is shown on the bottom. The curved shapes If you zoom in a little bit to the north of this road are the existing and proposed walls. Just the lower right hand. That's fine. So if you follow the road up further, the two gray shapes represent the proposed structures, which are set back from the road by about 150 feet. So if you go to the next sheet. Now we've zoomed in on the proposed gatehouse, which you can see on the left side of the page. After entering the existing gate, which is shaded in gray here, you pass through a secondary wall and gate, which further limits the structure's visibility from the street. The proposed location should be familiar, as Eva mentioned, for those who visited the site for the Reginald Johnson residence, as you lined up in a similar location. Continuing up into the property, the gatehouse entry can be found on its north side, accessed by a central path, which you can see that passes between the house and garage. So if you go to the next sheet. And we actually can skip ahead. This is just the height diagram. So you can go to the next. So the gatehouse we are proposing is a low profile building with one bedroom. The octagonal shape of the living room off the covered entry is inspired by forms found throughout the Reginald Johnson residence further up the road. The stone site walls intersect the octagonal form to limit the structure's presence from the street, while also providing visibility out at multiple angles through windows at each corner for security. The detached garage and driveway are positioned behind the house and further screened from the street by the walls and planting that we'll review later. So if we go to the next sheet. This just shows the proposed roof plan with low pitched gabled roofs that blend into the octagonal hip roof. Next slide, please. On the top of the page is the east elevation with the house to the left and the garage on the right. This is what you see as you drive through the new gate. This view shows the gatehouse's decorated chimney that conceals vents on the roof and covered porch entry on the right side of the structure. A plaster grill window is centered on the adjacent garage facade. On the bottom left elevation, you see the south elevation of the house. This elevation faces East Valley Road. This is visible from between the two drive gates as you enter the property. The next view to the right is the south elevation of the garage, as you would see if you were standing on the central path between the two structures. So if you go to the next sheet. The top view of the west elevation is the most private view of the gatehouse. This would be visible if you were standing in the orchards looking back towards the house and private road. You can see the octagonal form in the background and garage to the left. The middle view, the north elevation, you scroll down, would be visible from the central path between the structures looking towards East Valley Road. And the bottom view is the north side of the garage as viewed looking back down in that same direction. And then based on feedback on the last project and the importance of imagery and materiality, we have included additional reference images in our presentation, which you had up initially. So if we can just go to that.
If you go 2 tabs to the left, I think it's that one. No, up top.
It's a new PDF.
The PDF tabs, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry. Yep, that one, yep. I think that's, yep, there you go.
Perfect. So these images are some of the precedents found throughout the property that inspired the gatehouse design. The two images on the top left are of covered porches with painted wood posts and corbels with exposed ceiling beams and paneling. The middle images are painted wood doors with diagonal paneling, which you may recall these from our site visit. The proposed overhead garage door design will be a simplified version of what you see. The bottom two images are decorative brick chimney with flat clay tile roof and window grills with rectangular openings. Lastly, the last image on the far right is an octagonal form with stone veneer, painted roof, painted rafter tails, and copper gutters as found at the Reginald Johnson residence. So if you go to the next sheet, please. We're now looking at the material application to the gatehouse. The octagonal form will have a Santa Barbara stone veneer with carved stone lintels and sills, while the rest of the walls will have a plaster finish and Monterey white. All of the windows and doors will be painted wood, while the door color to match the green found throughout the property. The roof will have flat clay tile roofing with painted rafter tails and copper gutters and downspouts. Brick veneer is proposed at the decorative chimney to complement the roof palette. And lastly, our dark sky sconces will occur only on the elevations facing away from East Valley Road. You may have more questions on this, but I'm going to pass this on to Will to put this all into context.
Great, thank you, Katie. Can we pull up the MVW presentation materials?
What's it called?
I think that one, yes. Great. So Katie gave such a great introduction that I'll dive right in. We can flip to the next page if you would. Those are the existing gates and walls, by the way. So again, Nelson Wolf has been working with Katie and the overall team to look at this property holistically since about July 2020, and being very thoughtful about the agricultural components, the ecology, and really the cultural and historic elements. As part of this MBAR submission, there are several other components in addition to the gatehouse that I want to walk you through and then come back to the gatehouse. So one is this West Farm Gate shown on the lower left-hand corner of the aerial image there. That's in the southwest corner property, leading to 3 residential structures located on the above that, along that road on the property line. There's a utility yard off the right-hand side of the page, located adjacent to an existing structure, which you see here. And the goal of this project is to replace aging site utility infrastructures for the overall project in that zone. There is access improvements located up the road from the gatehouse itself, and then the gatehouse project, which Katie described just now. Next page, please. So starting with some of the simpler ones, the East Valley Road gate, the western gate, we are looking to replace the existing chain link and barbed wire gate with stone columns and wood gates. This is in the overall MBAR submission package, which you should be able to see there. So replacing that, automating it so that this gate can be opened for emergency responders via the security apparatus. And then also making sure that the signage here is updated on those columns to provide the required addresses to comply with Montecito Fire Department or Fire Protection District requirements. As part of this project, there are no tree removals or impacts to trees at that entrance. Okay. Next slide, please. This is the utility yard. So the goal of this project is to upgrade the overall site utility systems that have not been maintained in probably more than 20 years, actually. To locate the utilities in the space that would minimize impacts to the agricultural and natural areas on the site, but to also locate it in proximity to East Valley Road, where those utility connections are being provided by the utility services. To utilize areas of existing disturbance so as to minimize disturbance to agricultural and natural areas, and then also to screen it from on and off-site views. There are no trees removed as part of this project, but there are 3 trees impacted, which we'll look at shortly. Here you see 2 images, one looking from the west towards the east, the farm center at the top. You see 3 trees there. And then in the lower image, you can see that this area is and historically has been a kind of working yard for the farm operations. Okay, next slide, please. So the work here is proposing to provide a screened utility yard off of this farm road here. It's adjacent to the existing farm structure, which is on the right-hand side of the page. The dashed white lines are shrub beds, which would be screening the enclosed and fenced utility yard. And then one thing to note is running north and south on the page and north and south on the site is an existing concrete line drainage structure adjacent to those 3 trees, which are numbered 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Next slide, please. Here you see that a number of these trees are already impacted in their health and condition by that drainage structure. At the top left, there's one growing out of the culvert. The other 2 are also growing adjacent to that drainage structure. All trees adjacent to the drainage structure are being preserved, and the arborist reports that there is expected to be minimal impact to these given that existing condition and the historic use of this site for the farm operations. Slide. Okay. Here you see 2 sections through the site. I'll start with the top section. You see the screening planting on the left, that concrete drainage line drainage structure kind of in the middle of the page there, the utility yard with the site fencing around it, and then the adjacent farm structure on the page right-hand side of the page. The lower structure shows how the site slopes from north to south towards East Valley Road, and the utility structures are stepped down on concrete pads to follow that slope, as well as the site is stepping down and grading, and it's really working to follow that existing grade with minimal grading changes. Okay, next slide, please. So the overall planting palette is working with low and very low water use plantings to provide screening and hedging around the perimeter of that utility yard. Okay, slide, please. Okay. The next project included in this submission is a roadway access improvements. You can see this on the images on the right-hand side, that this is the intersection of the main road, which you would have driven up to the main house on your last visit, and a road leading to the farm center and other property or other structures on the site. The intersection is 90-degree turns with a drainage channel running next to it. Okay, next slide. The goal of this project is to really soften those turning radii to make them compatible with farm equipment, but also, more importantly, emergency response vehicles and the Montecito Fire Department. So you can see the additional area of paving is in red, and we're really tapering that along the length of the road to be cognizant of existing trees, even though they volunteered right at the edge of the pavement, kind of in the middle right of the screen. So there are no trees impacted and no trees removed as part of this project. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, coming back to the gatehouse, we've really worked with the team to be thoughtful about the siting of this and to be thoughtful of the historic components of this. So the design proposes to utilize existing gates and fences and leave those as they are, and to site the proposed structure and new gates inset from that. So here you can see the overall dimensions of that, roughly a 20-foot wide road, about 9-foot by 3-foot columns, and then an important factor is that the sidewalls here are dipping down to about 4.5 feet. Okay, next slide, please. So some of the considerations that we were thinking about as we were siting this structure within this lot, we were really looking to preserve the overall productive agricultural landscapes on this lot to the degree possible, to comply with agricultural regulations for wildlife and fencing and food production, preserve the native oak trees, which you see here in kind of the larger green areas. Those are groves and of oak trees. To minimize site grading and utilize the existing road and driveway as much as possible, to also reduce impervious surfaces, but also to comply with security and visibility needs. The siting is important as its proximity to the road and arrival. And then allow space for visitors to queue between East Valley Road and the new gates, and also allow spaces for those vehicles, if needed, to turn around and back up on our site without backing out onto East Valley Road. So the orange zone is what is something of a sweet spot within these zones, where it has minimal impact to existing or reduced impacts to existing orchards and vegetation. Next slide, please. Here you see some of those site photographs of that site. As Katie mentioned, you probably parked in this area not too far long ago on your visit to the main house. But really thinking about finding an appropriate spot to locate this where it would meet those multiple goals. Okay, next slide. Katie really walked you through a number of these things in the overall introduction, but we are looking to preserve those existing gates and walls as you arrive off of East Valley Road. You then pull in and have spaces to park or turn around in front of kind of the gatehouse here with that elliptical shape. You have a new set of walls and gates inset from that tie into farm fencing. And then the drive continues on its original alignment up to the main house with a driveway leading to the garage and additional accessible spaces adjacent to the garage. Next slide.
So are you done there?
Almost. So we have some additional slides to show you. These are showing the impact to adjacent trees. So there are a number of trees that have grown up over the years when the landscape was not maintained. And we welcome these native vegetation and are looking to preserve them as much as possible, but there are impacts to them from some of the grading related to providing accessible slopes for these parking areas. So in the foreground on the left, you see 2 trees that are going to be removed. One of those is literally growing into the edge of the proposed roadway here, or the existing roadway. The trees to the right are also to be preserved. Okay, next slide, please. Here you can see these trees on the right that are to be preserved, and an image looking at those same trees from the other angle. These trees are being impacted in the Group B, that little key plan on the left, because the road is being graded down, and we are working to mitigate that by installing a low curb to really protect the roots that are mostly should be growing on the east side of the road rather than under the road, so the impact will be minimal. And so we are protecting and keeping those trees as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, key plan on the left shows you this last group of 4 trees. So we are preserving these trees even though they are impacted. And what you see in the dashed white line is the site wall that runs around the edge of the property at the driveway and parking. So that grade will be lowered to provide accessible parking and appropriate slopes for parking. And the wall will help preserve those root zones of those 3 and 4 existing trees. Okay, next slide. Here you see the overall mitigation of the trees on the site. We have 2 total removals and then 13 trees with impacts to the root zones. In response, we are proposing to plant 12 coast live oaks at 24-inch boxes with 22 coast live oaks at a 36-inch box. Next slide. Oh, and you can see the green trees are the proposed locations for those trees. They're really working to supplement that overall oak canopy that surrounds the gatehouse. Next slide. Here you see the existing walls and gates, just as reference. And then next slide. As we move into the site, this is the arrival view of the proposed gates with lanterns on the top. You see the octagon shape of the gatehouse protruding through the wall and integrating with that, and then the trees working to screen the structure and provide kind of a minimal presence from East Valley Road. Next slide. On this slide, you'll see that there is a bit of slope across the site as this is running roughly north-south as you drive up East Valley Road. So this is cutting through the pedestrian pathway. And to make the site accessible, there's a bit of grading, so to allow for the slope of these paths and walks in the driveway. What you see on the left is the farm fence tying into the wall in the distance, the octagon of the gatehouse itself, the walkway between the structure and the garage. Then you see the garage, the driveway, and then that wall that we've proposed to help mitigate and minimize grading around those existing oaks that would be off to the right of the page. Okay, next slide, please. The overall planting does, again, draw from a low and very low planting palette with a few moderate species. And working to refine that as we move into the next phases. These are some of the plants that we're working with, and really working to preserve kind of that rural agricultural feeling to the landscape. Okay, next slide. Materials should be very familiar by now. These are many of the materials that you've seen throughout the site. Okay, next slide. Materials plan, if we need to refer back to it, we can see that here. Okay, slide. And then site lighting works to provide appropriate lighting levels using existing trees, low-level path lighting, decorative lanterns on the gate columns, and then down lighting in the soffits of the gatehouse structure itself. Okay, next slide. And these are the fixtures again, if we need to refer to them in any detail.
Now are you done, sir?
Yes, sorry, thank you.
No, not a problem. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, questions, Robert?
How far is the garage from the gatehouse? It looks awfully close. I'm not sure if that's our distance is good enough for the fire department.
You wanted to know the distance from the gatehouse to the detached garage?
Right.
Currently, I think it's just over 10 feet.
They're not pulling in, they're coming in from the north to park.
I know, but I was just curious. Is there a reason why there couldn't be a little more breathing room? Is that tree dictating the position of the garage?
Yeah, I mean, I think moving anything up or down the slope does kind of impact the grading and elongates the section. Yes.
And regarding the grading, that 1,400 yards of cut, will that be kept on site?
That is the intent. Yeah.
Yeah. No more questions.
Tip, questions, please. No questions. Elida, questions, please.
How many feet is this new gatehouse from East Valley Road?
It's about 150 feet to the center line of the street.
And how many?
Yeah, that's my question.
How many feet is the gatehouse from the existing gates?
I want to say it's just over 70 feet, but I would have to take a look to verify that.
So we're talking maybe 225. No, not between 150. I'm confused a little bit. May I ask a question about the use of the gatehouse? It appears that it's being built as a gate home that's going to be used as a security center. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can take that. So technically, this is its own separate legal lot. And so it's a residentially zoned legal lot. And so we need to have a main residence on the property. We can't just have an accessory structure. So that's why it's being called a new home. But the intent is to use it as the gatehouse for the larger property. We just have to we have logistics involved with, because it's on its own separate legal lot.
Your intent, as you said, is not to have someone living there full time, but to have guards cycling for the overall property. But is this being built that down the road, if someone were to change their mind, this could be a habitable home?
It's
Correct.
permitted in a single family dwelling.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 1-bedroom with living and kitchen space for that exact reason.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Claire, questions, please.
No questions. I just got them all answered.
You're gonna be missed, Elida. Okay, so I have several questions. PDF page 25, please. how many tree lights, moonlights, or ground lights pointing up the trees do you have, please? Feature, image, and description, fully shielded, tree-mounted light, upper left-hand corner.
They're, sorry, pointing up or pointing down?
Yeah. Anything
There's-
other than a path light and a security light, please.
There's no tree lights pointing up. They're all kind of downlighting. I can give you a count, but I haven't counted them.
12.
There's more than 12 fixtures in the trees.
Okay, very good, thank you. And number 2, we had a comment letter that said, why don't they plant some of their trees between the guest house, between the guardhouse and the road to help settle the guardhouse into the landscape and into the oak forest? So on the south side of the brand new structure. So why don't you do that with some of those mitigation trees, please?
We do have some over there. If we go back to the mitigation plan, you'll see that there are some offset from the existing wall.
Okay, I don't see them here.
If you go back,
You go up a few pages.
go
on
back,
this.
yeah, go back a few pages to the mitigation plan. Keep going.
No, I think you just,
Yeah,
Right there.
see him down
So
there.
the bottom left along East Valley Road, those green circles, those are mitigation trees. As you move farther into the site, we're moving into agriculture and productive agricultural fields. Those trees aren't shown on this plan, but
right
that's
here,
what you would see.
right here.
Yes, there will be. There are trees there on the right now, dense trees. On the left-hand side, if you scroll or pan to the left, you see that palm tree there. That is a planted tree. There are also 2 existing palm trees. You move the view up so we can see the bottom of the page a little bit more.
Okay, so the question is, David, they can't see me, but can you right here?
Yeah. So there are trees there, yes, and then there
Not
palm
the,
tree.
right here.
There are trees already, what they're saying is there are trees there.
There are already trees there?
Yeah.
No, sorry. I'm
Oh.
saying that where that palm tree symbol is, there are also 2 adjacent palms to that, that are the dark gray circles. And then within that ellipse, it's important that there's visibility out to the entrance and the gates. So, but in addition to that, if you look at the historic views of this entrance and the existing views, you'll see we could even go to the image of the existing gates. You'll see how dramatic that view is in from East Valley Road through to the orchard over those walls. You get this beautiful view of the palm trees and then the orchard trees in the foreground and then the mountains in the distance. So that's really kind of an important experience for the whole community. So if you want to
And
flip
the
up a
orchard
couple
trees
pages-
will also be blocking the gatehouse because they'll be coming into that area. If you go to the original, illustrative plan that shows the orchard.
All of that.
Okay.
All of that is orchard trees.
It's all orchard. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Now, just as a general announcement, item number 1 was continued for them to do some further exploration. We will hear them after this current item and the next item. And just for items number 7, 8, 7, and 9, there will be something that looks like it's out of the agenda order. And I just wanted to let you know about that now. Okay, so public comment, I have 2 for this item number 5. I have Jeffrey Connor and Lisa Rivas. So who would like to go first, please? Oh, we have comment letters too.
To the neighbor.
I think Ms. Rivas is working for the owner.
Yeah, so I think we should do, I think we should use him first.
Okay, so Jeffrey, please. Do you want us to read your letter or
those two letters. My name is Jeffrey, Jeffrey Connor, Greenwich Mutual. There were two letters, one back before the original date where we hadn't gotten any information, and it turned out that Soren was out sick and we didn't know that, and we just couldn't get information. The letter I sent last night is different based on the information now that we have, and I did want to say to the board that both Soren and David have been exceptionally helpful to us and professional in getting us everything that we could possibly want. I would also comment, and I don't know which.
This is,
I think that's the old
the
letter.
latest, this is the new letter. Right?
No,
Yeah.
that's the old letter.
Oh, that's the old letter.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the,
This dated July 12th.
that's again from then. Now, this is.
July 12th.
Yeah, there was a letter. David, do you have that? Yeah, no,
I
you,
thought I did.
you sent me an email that you got it, so.
Let's see here.
I think I read it today. You were concerned about, they've said they're not gonna build anything more, or do we know that they're gonna do that?
There's the letter.
Well, if you, since you're here, can you keep it brief, but
Yes.
can you please
Summarize
summarize
it for you,
us?
yeah.
Yes,
And then it's in the record.
yes, it is.
Before commenting, I just want to say I have zero architectural knowledge. And my wife tells me I have lousy taste, so I'm not going to possibly comment on the areas.
Why you picked her?
She has excellent taste, you're quite right, exquisite taste.
Okay.
I do not. So that, of course, is for the board. Our concern, the first concern is with the guardhouse. And we live at 2355 East Valley. We're just right across the street, so we're very familiar with what the place looks like. And I also did discuss with Soren. He showed the plans and the photos, a lot of what we saw here. And I think our view is that it wouldn't be, this guardhouse wouldn't be visible from the street, given where it's located. And 150, it's 30, 150 feet is 50 feet, 150 feet, okay. Where it's located and the number of trees that are planted. I mean, a big palm tree doesn't really shield much, other than for the birds. And so our concern was that it really changes the nature of what's along the road. This rancho is a jewel in Montecito. I think we can agree. And putting a guardhouse, no other house around there, a guardhouse. We think it just changes the character of the neighborhood, makes it just very different. I mean, it looks like gated community or something, but and so from our point of view, if additional trees or vegetation, whatever, that actually shields more of the view, or I mean, I don't want to tell them to please move the place back. That's a huge deal to me. You have to redo the plans to move it back in 100 yards or something. But if the additional trees, vegetation block the view from the street, then we don't have any problem with that, because that's our issue, is that we don't want to change the nature and character of the rural agricultural field thing. Second comment relates to the two structures. Really, the issue is we'd like to make sure that this isn't part of a potential bigger project down the road. It's screwy, but there's 31 parcels on 7 different APN numbers that were acquired. I got a copy of the grant deed from 3 years ago. And that's just like begging for trouble, not necessarily with the current owner, but somewhere down the road. And so our concern was, what is the context of this? And if the current owners would be able to state for the record that there's no additional projects that are currently contemplated or being discussed or whatever, then we don't really have a problem. We understand the property sold, new owner down the road, nobody combined, The only way you bind it, a future owner, is if you merged all these 31 parcels and 7 APNs, reversion to acreage, I think it would be called. If you did that, I mean, I don't know why there's all these different parcels anyway, but if you did that, Then if somebody wanted to do a subdivision and, you know, put expensive houses, whatever on the property, they'd have to come back to square one to you guys or what is the county and get a subdivision. But absent that, I think if there were a formal legally binding commitment by the current owners that sort of people, this is it, this isn't the camel's nose under the tent, then we'd be satisfied.
Okay,
All right?
is that it? Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir.
Lisa, did you want to chat with us?
Yeah.
We agree with a lot of what Mr. Connor has said. The property was for sale for 6 years and several people looked at it. A lot of people looked at it to develop it, use each parcel individually, sell it off, develop it. People who looked at it as a family estate quickly abandoned it because of the complexity of the planning. For example, we had to call it a residence for a gatehouse. The 30 legal lots was something that came with the property, how it was divided. We don't like that. It creates complexity beyond what we can handle. We want to make sure that people understand in this community that we want this piece of property to remain one family estate. But it is critical that it is a secured property. So we appreciate all that we've heard, and my contact information is with the Connors, and both he and his wife have it. So I just can't emphasize enough that this is something that we do not envision this to become a future multi-family home development. It is a family estate, and they'd very much like to move in.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Okay, so anybody else, please, that would like to address the board on item number 5, 2500 East Valley Road. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We are on for concept only. Comments, Robert?
I think it's appropriate, and if my memory serves me right, you drive up further up East Valley, you know, and there are some like stone gatehouses like Sima del Mundo. There's that one, and so I think it's an appropriate project, and I would support it.
As submitted, more or less.
Yes.
Chip, comments, please.
Yes, you know, on one hand, I do agree with Road's comment. I think that the property definitely needs a nice gatehouse, and I think it's appropriate. My issue had to do with the design of the gatehouse. I think the roof line is a little convoluted. It's a hodgepodge kind of put together, and it's not that small. You know, it's a pretty good sized gatehouse, and I thought that. You know, like for example, this is the main house. You can see the element, the tower, the hexagon. It's beautifully, you know, it's an element. And when you look at the gatehouse, how the roof kind of collided together, and I thought it could be better, in my opinion, especially this is the pretty much the front to the property. So I'm just thinking that the design for the gatehouse is it's not really in keeping with the main house, and I would like the applicant to perhaps restudy the roof line and the massing of it and make it a little more probably authentic.
Thank you. David, can you go to the
Comments, Elida, please.
Given, this is such an incredible piece of property and everyone's so tender as to making comments, and a guardhouse is supposed to be near the entry, and I understand that, but to mitigate neighbors' concerns, is there any reason it can't go back another 100 feet? And if that's not going to be feasible, I'll leave it for comments, but it has to be screening the building. That's it.
Claire, now your turn. Please.
Yeah, well, I was just, yeah, I will, that's where I was trying to get David to bring these up. Because the other drawing, you don't get to see the whole thing. Because for me, I know this is not a question, but I think Tip's point, I really like what you have to say.
We're in comments.
Oh, we're in comments. Oh, okay, fine. And yeah, then I kind of, am agreement with Mr. Chung's point of view, is that somehow, although it's intended to kind of go along with the original structure, there is something that's off for me about this, and I'm not the architect here, so I don't really know, but it's not, it could be much simpler as a gatehouse, or it could be a little bit more grander or something in the architecture. And the location of it, I think, is totally appropriate. And, if you need somebody to move in, I'll be happy to be there. What's surprising to me when I looked at this is actually, I live in a very small house, and it's smaller than the gatehouse. So that's kind of, for me, I go, oh, wow, hey, listen, need somebody to go live there? I'll be happy to live there. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, I mean, it's almost like the round part should be a little, for me, a little higher, or I don't know. I mean, Tip, maybe you could help me out.
Yeah.
There's something about that it looks crunched down or something, or
And also how the relationship to the garage, it's it's acceptable, but it's not anything I would call beautiful,
Remarkable.
Yeah.
because that's a lot of beautiful, remarkable, and the property we scale, this is the first impression. I think it's a little bit hush hush.
Are you done?
yeah.
Several comments. I would love to have you guys do a photographic study of some of the gatehouses that are in the general Montecito area. And that might include even down near Miramar Beach. There's a little gatehouse down there. There's one under construction. There's one on Sycamore Canyon Road. You're right, there's a nice one out on East Valley a little bit farther. And take a look at those, and I think the purity of form is higher than this. I think that octagon feels forced. It's sort of a truncated octagon, and it does not have commanding form because of its truncation. So that you may want to take a look at that. And I think simplify is a good word. I think that the garage, yes, it's a 10-foot minimum. I think you've met the 10-foot minimum. But I think maybe it would do everybody better if it was an L-shaped configuration rather than sort of a stacked up configuration that you have now. Tree lighting, that's gonna just light this place up. And if you're concerned about the character of semi-rural and things like that, that's the last thing on earth that you should have. I can see security lights that are not on all the time, not even on except under some kind of a panic button. But I think the lighting is way, way, way too much. We have been draconian in getting 2 meetings, 3 meetings to get people to reduce the number of lights. Please just get that done now. And so that we don't have to do that. And I continue to believe that buildings, additional trees along the south elevation, quote unquote, hiding the octagon form or the quasi-octagon form, will cast the shadows, set this building back, not physically more farther from the street, but visually back because of the shadow that will be cast on it, given that the sun, how the sun works across there. And I think that that will settle the building in and cause it to be even that much more compelling. So we're on for concept. What do people think? Are we close enough? And Mr. Kung, please.
I think one of my favorites, gatehouse had to be the Mira Vista Estate
On Sycamore.
on 2585, I think, Sycamore Canyon.
Yeah,
It's a beautiful stone view.
I actually have a watercolor of that.
Yeah, gatehouse, and if you can take a look at that, I think that would be a good thing to.
Yeah, but any of, there's also the Gardener's Cottage on East Valley Road for across from Picacho. It's a very small little building, but it's right on the street, but it's diminutive. So anyway, anything else? Oh, where do we want to come back? Can we make the leap all the way to preliminary, or do you think that?
I think that personally, I think there's a lot of work. Landscaping and YouTube, how we're trying to do it, and maintain the pilasters and work within that.
Yeah.
It's only improved, that's how I see it. But this it's pretty big, you can see it, no matter how quickly you plant it. And I really don't think that as now the design go with the whole estate, so I'd like to come back to the full work.
Yes, of course, but
Well, we could bring it.
Further conceptual for the game.
further conceptual, Robert, yes, no?
Yes, I guess that would be the best.
Okay,
Yeah, further conceptual like that, yeah.
okay, so. Okay, thank you. Item number 6, I want to reiterate, we're gonna have what's going to appear to be an extra item after 6, which is actually item 1 for anybody later in the agenda. So item 6, are you here with us again, Eva? Please.
I am.
Okay, your turn.
Okay, so this is intended to serve as the guest house / pool house for the family. Originally, we had looked at putting a pool up by the main house, and due to the tree and ESHA impacts, we decided to move it to this lot as well. So this is also its own legal lot. Therefore, again, it is on paper going to be called a new residence, but it will serve as the guest house for the family and the pool area. And it is just southeast of the main residence, as you'll see when we go through. And actually, David, sorry, on this one, we're actually going to start with the landscape plans because it helps orient
That's
a little bit better.
so
So
2023, it's a different file, 2023.
2023, 810, and then
And bar.
NBW. No, sorry, NBW.
Nope. Not that one. Go back.
I think we have too many files.
Yeah, so it should be the third, the third 2023 810 full file. Yep,
Okay, great.
There we go.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Mark Streeter. I'm with Nielsen Bird Woltz, and I met some of you at the site visit for the main house. And this, of course, is a continuation of this project with Rancho San Carlos, the overall site. We've done extensive ecological and cultural research on the site, and which has really helped lead us to where we are siting this this house with the client. The location of this parcel, which this guest house lot is 23.5 acres. It's within the whole 236 acres. And then the limit of work for this particular portion is a little under 4 acres. Where this is situated is in formerly an agricultural field. It's been manipulated for 90 years and tilled, and the lime trees that were here have been past their productive use, and they are being replanted. But this location is a wonderful location to take advantage of the different aspect of the site. So we have oak woodlands that are adjacent to it, and then also the agrarian. So the character of this in terms of the landscape and also the architecture is really drawing from the Southern California agrarian architecture. You'll see that in both the plans and elevations. If you go to the next section, please, or the next page. This is a view of the only place that this is visible from a public road. This is the Ortega Road. If you see the dashed box, that's the location of the guest house, and we zoomed in on that so you can see the rendering, and then that is the image of the orchard and the trees that will be planted there. If we go to the next site, this talks a little bit about the character of this location. You'll see with the light green trees that there's quite a bit of existing oak woodland. It's an ESHA area, and to the left then is the more agrarian character of the orchard. We're really enhancing and building up the oak woodland, and we're expanding that so that it kind of embraces this northeastern portion of the site. And then as you go out to the west side, that expands open more, where you have more feeling of grasses, more sun, and more of that pastoral feel to it. If you go to the next slide, we have been very careful to consider the oak woodland and staying off of that. We at one point had located the site farther north, which is a flatter area. But because some of the paths were going to be impacting oaks, we have switched the location, which is the next slide. If you go to the next slide, this is the final location of the current location, which has pulled it away from any mitigation. We don't have to mitigate any oaks. But what it did do is it put us down a little farther slope. So if you see down at the bottom there, there's a fair amount of grading. We will not be bringing any fill into the site or any cut off of the site. This is all going to be done on site. Again, it's an agricultural field. It's a kind of very gentle and gradual. So what we've tried to do is to blend the contours into the agriculture. And there's also some retaining basins for stormwater that have caused the need for some different levels of elevation there. If you go to the if you go to the next image, this shows a rendering of the site. And I'm just going to lead you quickly through the site from the top to the bottom. There's an area of parking. You're coming off of the road. The main house is off to the top of the right, and you won't be able to see any of that or this from that structure. Parking for guests. This is going to be for the family. And it will be used for family gatherings. This is the only place that they have a pool. Some of you may remember that we had considered a pool at the main house, but because of ecological and the cultural kind of conditions of the site and the pressures on it, the client and we decided to not put a pool up there. And so this is where the pool will be for the family. And so they'll have grandchildren and family gatherings here. So we have to provide ADA access for all sorts of mobility, from strollers to wheelchairs, which also impacts a little bit of the grading. So this upper portion is for parking and also for family gatherings, servicing of their different events. We've stepped it down into different terraces so that it's very well situated actually with the slope. I'll show you that shortly. So as you come down the stairs, you'll go through a breezeway, which Tim Barber's office will be showing more images of the architecture down to an upper terrace. And then what we've done is to step it even more into the landscape. If we stepped the pool terrace down, and then further on, stepped it down to a bocce court. That's the only lawn you'll see, that little light green around there. To the left of that is a fire pit. That's a gas fire pit. The brownish or the beige color that you see that's bordered by the rectangle, that will all be orchard grass, and that's a pool fence that's surrounding the whole site. And then the orchard will be planted and it will start to infiltrate into the site. If you go to a little bit to the left of the fire pit and up, there's a pergola that's freestanding from the building, so that's providing shade for a gathering area. There's a rec room off of the opposite end of the pool that will be servicing for the family. If we go to the next slide, this is showing the topography of the site, and what we've done is put in a red line to show you what that existing grade is. So we've really tried to create many different levels and steps so that we can really integrate this and be embedded into the landscape. Next, please. The colors palettes, you've seen this palette from our other projects, so we're tying in with the main house in some of the materials, but this will be a bit more of a rustic agrarian character, but still using all the Santa Barbara stone and the regional stones that we are using elsewhere, within a bit more rustic character. Next. Plantings will draw really from those precedents that we've been talking about, the oak woodland, and really building that up and the oaks and the understory. And then farther off to the west, there'll be more grasses and forbs and feeling more of a sunny environment that ties in with the agrarian. Next. The lighting is really for only for safety. All the tree lighting that you see, you can actually see that they're pointing and they're located only where there are pathways. So it's trying to minimize that, and that's there's no uplights. Again, it's all for just providing a minimal amount of lighting for the family. Next. Okay, and then these are just the plans that are also in the packet that you've seen that are defining the different material types. All of the material are either stone, permeable pavers is in the permeable stone pavers. It's in the parking, or decomposed granite stabilized. Next. That's the.
So are you done there?
Yes, I think we're done. These are lists all the plants that were required, and keep going. We've got some architecture though that we need to
More than
review.
what's required. So, okay, so architecture, please.
Yeah, so if you can go to the PDF that you had previously opened. If you go to the cover sheet. So our intent is to design a guest house for the family in a vernacular architectural style that responds to its surrounding agrarian and woodland environment in massing, form, and materiality. So if you go to the next slide, I actually can skip because Mark covered the siting. The program is distributed across multiple components to work with existing topography and limit the size of any individual piece. The shaded gray object you see at the top of the page is the proposed garage, which is accessed from the adjacent private road to the left. You will notice an elliptical shape to the right of the garage. As Mark noted, this is the accessible path for walkers, wheelchairs, and strollers that gracefully follows the sloping site down to the house. A long axial path with intermittent steps provides a direct approach to the proposed guest house. So if you go to the next slide, please. So if we continuing following that path, we arrive at the main entry of the house, which is shaded in gray at the top of the page. The pool, as Mark noted, is shown in a lighter gray, sits further below, and the multi-purpose rec room and pergola are the smaller structures that you see on access with the pool. The rec room to the right allows for shaded space for dining or for family to watch their children while they play in the pool. So if you go to the next slide, I can skip just the height diagram. The one-story main entry connects the two wings of the house. The two.
Katie, I think we're more interested in the elevations. We don't need to understand the interior use unless it affects the elevations.
Understood. I'm just going to share the uses of saying that the two-story sleeping quarters is to the left and the one-story family gathering is to the right. And then I just want to point out, if you look further to the right, on the edge of the sheet, you'll see a modest outdoor barbecue, which is tucked under an enclosed roof overhang, sheltered by wing walls. So if you can move forward. And these are just plans showing the second floor and mechanical basement and crawl space with exterior access on the sleeping quarters. So on this sheet, we'll talk more about materials next, but we can first go through all the exterior elevations. The top left elevation provides a view of the barbecue that I just noted, which is tucked into the recessed alcove. And then the top right shows the full east elevation of the two-story sleeping quarters from the pool side. The shaded gray region near the middle of the building is where the entry hall intersects it. And then the bottom view is the north elevation. This is what you see when looking down as you approach from the garage. The two-story sleeping quarters is on the right of the low entry hall, with the one-story family gathering wing on the left. To keep the two-story profile as low as possible, you will notice that we have nestled the first floor into the existing topography at the far right corner. We will share another view of this on the next page. So if you go to the next sheet. In the far left of the top view, you can see that same corner. The slope on this side closely follows the natural grade, which is identified with the dashed line. The bottom south elevation faces downhill and is visible once you have continued down the axial center path and turn to look back up towards the guest house. Again, the two-story sleeping quarters on the left and one-story family gathering to the right. The steel doors on the one-story wing are inset, creating shade and reduced prominence on the facade. So if you go to the next sheet, these are the elevations of the rec room. The view on the bottom left is the west elevation, and that's what you would see from the pool. The barn doors provide flexibility, creating an extension of the pool deck when open, while also allowing it to be closed up at night to prevent any uninvited guests, such as the deer or even sheep that you noticed on the property. The view to the right is the south elevation, is what you would see looking uphill from the spa that Mark noted. So if you go to the next sheet, these elevations are of the detached garage. The top right north elevation is looking downhill from the driveway. The overhead single car garage doors are inspired by a similar style of door found on the property. As with the previous agenda item, we would like to share some additional imagery. So if you could open up the supplemental architecture PDF. I think with today's date. Thank you.
I don't need to see them.
These are a few images of the vernacular agrarian architecture features that have influenced the proposed design and material palette of the guest house, like simple gabled forms, textured wood roofing with decorative brackets at the rake, weathered siding and barn doors, and integration of stone at the foundation. So if you go to the next sheet. Now we can see these features and materials applied to the guest house, blending it into its natural surroundings. The entry hall is differentiated to emphasize and separate the two gabled wings clad in vernacular materials. Reclaimed vertical siding, wood siding, is used at the two-story sleeping quarters on the right, with a Santa Barbara stone water table below. This stone is also applied to the one-story family gathering wing, which will also have stone lintels, sills, and chimney. These materials will be complemented by a textured wood-like shake roof. All of the windows and doors are to be steel, and the proposed decorative sconces and barn lights are low voltage and dark sky compliant. If you go to the next sheet. These same materials are to be used for the garage and rec room. If you go to the next sheet. To provide you with a better sense of perspective, we have a few 3D conceptual renders to share as well. The first, if you stay on that sheet.
Katie, I think we understand the project pretty well. Can we move on? Is that okay?
Yeah, these are just wanted to share views that you saw on the material board, which was in the sheet before.
We got it, Katie.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your thoroughness. Anything else, please?
I just wanted to conclude that we have striven to provide a guest house for the family and its members that is the least invasive to its surrounding environment and its siding, also in massing, form, and material palette. And we hope you find our proposal successful. Thank you. And we're available for any questions.
Pip, questions?
No questions.
Claire, questions?
No question.
Robert, questions?
How far is this building from the main house?
That's what I wanted to ask.
It's right up
the other
the
hill.
If you go to the landscape plan tab, David, or whoever's running the thing, and go to the first page.
Maybe next one down.
It's the other, yeah, that one, not, nope.
That one. Yeah, go to the first page of this.
Well, see, there's the main house. Right.
There's the
You see
main house.
the white,
The
the
one-
white area.
Kind of funky
It's
shape.
it's divided between that oak woodland.
Property they're talking about, right?
Okay, so.
Yeah, see that,
Yeah, I
the
see.
guest house is right, is across the street and down the hill from the main house.
This is the guest house, this is the main house.
Gotcha.
This is the gatehouse.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, thank
Can
you.
I see the renderings again, please, David? That's it.
Okay.
Actually, I
So,
have one question.
so Robert, are you done with your?
Yeah, I'm almost done. As far as the question goes, I understand the agricultural kind of concept, but it's not that far from the house. And I'm curious why you didn't try to stay in the same vernacular as the house and the gatehouse.
Because of its proximity, I think it's important to be respectful of the main residence and make that the main feature of the property. And the idea is that this it blends in with the landscape so that the focus is on the main residence.
No more questions.
A lot of questions. Oh, Tip, you wanted to come back?
Oh, can you go back to the elevation, the landscape elevation, the first couple sheets? Or you know what, let's go to elevation of facade. I guess my question is, what is the two-story building? Yes, that's it. What is the plate as a floor-to-floor height, and what's the overall height?
The floor to floor height is about 9 feet for each floor.
That's only 9 feet?
Yes. So on the right side, you have, it's from the existing grade at the far corner, which I pointed out. I think if you go to the elevation below.
No, that's a perfect elevation.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's fine wherever we are.
Right here, it's showing that at the maximum height, it's 27 feet, but at the area where it's nestled into the hillside, that's actually only about 22 feet in height.
So the 27 feet to the top of ridge,
Right.
What was that?
to the top of ridge is 27 feet.
Correct.
And it's only 9 floor to floor.
It's 9 feet for ceiling height and to the plate height on the second floor.
So they have a thick floor apparently.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you open up the landscape, the first set that they presented? Because now I mentioned that one that caught my attention and I couldn't get it out. The first package, yeah, the landscape plan. Go, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's it. Come on.
Oh, here.
Now, next one up.
Back up.
Zoom into elevation.
Okay.
Yeah, so when I look at this, the scale of the people, of the person you have, it looks much taller than 9 feet. Something is not right with the scale. That person,
We can take a look at that further just to clarify.
so if I
Person
look,
might be out of scale. Yeah.
something is not right. If the person 6 feet, at least you have about 24 feet.
I think if we can go actually to the sections.
We're in question.
That's my question. I try to understand the scale of the building.
Okay, so where you're leading to is story poles, but that's fine.
Well, yeah.
So, oh, are you done?
Perfect.
Elida, please, questions?
Um, no.
There's a lot of grading. Yes,
Yes,
have you explored I understand that handicapped accessibility and you know, put a nice coating around it, talking about buggy carriages and things like that, which I think is great. I understand that that is a driving force for the entire property. But is that the driving force for the amount of grading here, or is there a way to lower the pool and things like that so that it's not as much grading for you?
yeah, there is. If you go back to one of those earlier slides, I can show you where we can reduce a significant amount of grading. It will feel less natural in the way it's integrating into the land. If you go, oops, sorry, if you go one more down forward. It'll feel less natural as the way it's integrated in the land. But if you look down at the corner there, that's where most of the grading is occurring. And what we can do is we've had that at a more of a gentle slope, but we could turn that into more like a 3-to-1 slope. It would be a little bit more dramatic, but we're also putting the oak woodland in that area. So it could also feel a little bit more, you know, normal versus having a really steep slope in an agrarian setting. So I think we can reduce that area significantly in terms of the grading. I do also just want to note that we do have to collect stormwater there. So that's has some impact on grading. And just again, we can reduce the grading, but all of the grading cut and fill will be accommodated on site.
But the bottom line of that comment is I can tweak the corners and the edges, but I want to retain the heights of all of the principal location for the pool and for the decks and that. You don't want to touch that, but you're willing to play.
Well, we're looking at it, but if you look at that section, like that is all very well integrated into the land. So we've stepped that down, and we've actually, one other thing that we have done is that we have raised up the grade a little bit at the bocce court, which is increasing our fill. But if we didn't, we would have taller walls. And so that was kind of one of the trade-offs, where you either have taller walls and less fill or cut, or you have more grading and you have something that's more integrated into the topography.
Tree lights.
Yes.
The tree lights, how many on this particular part of the project?
Let's go to the lighting plan.
Let's go to the lighting plan. They probably have like 3 in most of those, and then at the driveway they had additional ones that are, you know, pointing towards areas where folks are walking. Here we go.
Here we are.
Total number, just a guess, please.
How many trees?
Looks like we have 4 at each of 3 trees and then 3 at the remaining 9 trees.
So about 15. Oh, 3 at 9 trees?
19. So
Oh,
all the trees around the pool.
so you're gonna get about 75 tree lights.
That's all.
Well.
Okay.
And these are 3-watt lights, just so you know. The ones at the gatehouse were 7 watts because they're more for security. These are really just tiny accent lights. They're 3 watts, 149 lumens each.
Okay, so public comment. Jeffrey, did you want to talk with us again?
Very brief. Yeah. Then I'll get out of your hair. It's Jeffrey Connor again, 2355 East Valley Road. Picking up on the comment you just made a moment ago about the cut and fill. With the proposal as I read it, and using, of course, the internet as my source for all information, it looked to be about 10 million pounds or 5,000 tons of fill, which is an awful lot, and it's an awful lot of traffic, an awful lot of dust and dirt, and that was our concern. If the amount is, you know, I don't know how much, but there is mitigation. I'm sure there are mitigation planning ways to reduce that. And whatever the amount is to reduce the effect on the neighborhood. But that, of course, I know nothing about, so I leave that. That was just a concern. And the last, I go back to the first, the last should be first. Is this it on the property, or are there, that's not for you guys, or what?
That's a,
We
Planning.
think.
it's a private property issue.
Okay, I got it.
We have nothing to say about it. If you want to negotiate something,
I understand.
Okay.
Okay. And I apologize. I don't really, this is the first time I've been to visit the board or planning. So I don't really know who does what, but thank you very much. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna leave that.
thank you very much
Yeah.
for coming
Yeah.
today.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are on for, anybody else that wants to address the board on item number 6, please. 2500 East Valley Road. Okay, I'll close public comment. So we are on for concept, story polls, yes, no, and what do you want to do with this, guys?
So, am I?
Thank you, Chip.
I know it's getting late. No, it's not late, so.
No, but our brains are fried. Yes, what's up?
So, I would like to lay out a couple of things, about this project that, concerns me. Number one, not in any particular order, but this project, as I mentioned previously, you can see clearly coming down to Ortega Ridge. You literally see the whole thing.
That's right.
And so lighting is, I think, is especially going to be very important. How you do the side lighting, landscape lighting, because whatever you put on one parcel, you probably more than any parcels in Montecito because very visible. It's not like a lot of property here in the valley that you can't see it. That's number one. Number two, which had to do with the site planning issue, and I'm just thinking, when you do put a house onto a hilly site, which is Montecito, most of it, and I'm really concerned about how much grading and cut and fill for one project. So either it's really fit nicely into a site, or you completely modify the topography of the landscape to fit the house. And I think that's a lot. And even with landscaping, this is not a flat lot, it's not like you can do a facade garden and come down. And so I'm really concerned about the landscaping and the amount of grading, and I think that we should cut way back on the amount of grading. I think the house should go with the landscaping instead of modify the landscape, the topography to go with the project. And the last thing about the architecture of the project, I look at the elevation. Can you go to the elevation? Yeah, I mean, I look at the elevation, zoom out a little bit, and I just look at all different size of doors, windows, and can you zoom out a little bit? It's just a little bit. Once again, it's the same thing to do with the 2-second project. But the same comment I had with the gatehouse, it's just a little bit not very well cohesive in terms of the architecture. I like the inspirational images, but between that and visiting the truly disconnect between this is much cleaner than the inspirational images based on your 3-dimensional rendering. So I like to find a way to you can marry between the new design plus this all the inspirational images and make it a little more like what you envision. Because right now the two different things, and I think story pool is needed.
Yes, story pool. Claire, please, comments.
Well, I'm gonna leave the architecture alone. I have a large problem with the amount of lighting that is being proposed. I have a problem with the amount of grading that's being proposed. We're gonna see story poles for this, for the house. And I guess that's my concerns. Those are my basic concerns right here before, I mean, even before we start talking about the house for me, is that the amount of grading, because if you take the amount of grading that's already, that we're already talking about from the gatehouse or whatever we call that down there, there's a bunch there, and then there's 4,800 cubic yards of fill that's going to be created from the grading for this house. I can't, that is over the top for me. I mean, I just can't deal with that amount of grading. You know, if you look in our guidelines with the top number is 1,500 cubic, you know, and now this is like mammoth. So for me, I can't really talk about my response to the house because of the amount of sort of, I'm gonna use this word, damage that's being done to the property to grade, so to hold this house, you know. So those are my, and the lighting. I mean, the lighting that is like crazy. I mean, it's just, I mean, having four lights in the oak trees. I mean, you know, we barely, on this board, we barely allow one light per tree. You know, sometimes not that, you know. I mean, and this, you're proposing 4 lights in the trees around this, you know, doesn't work for me. So those are the issues where I am with
Okay, story polls, yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Robert, comments, please.
Yes, story poles, and yeah, we don't want a glowing spot as you come down Ortega Ridge. If it's this giant glowing orange or yellow orb on the landscape, that's not going to be something that's in character of Montecito. The architecture, I appreciate the simple, pure geometries, but it's almost like the building is too big to pull off this quote agrarian feel. I mean, it almost looks like a dormitory or something. And I'm going to leave it to the rest of the board, but what is the roof material again?
Metal roofing.
Metal roofing.
Is it metal?
May I
Yeah.
respond to that?
Quickly.
It's a synthetic cedar shake roof that's class A fire rated.
Oh.
And we have samples.
Okay, anything more, Robert,
No.
please? Elida, please, comments?
Well, I'll echo what Tip and Claire are particularly concerned about. The owners have, what was it, 2,500 acres here? And this lot is 20, it's a huge lot. So the point is, are we really siting this house in the best place on this massive piece of property that the owners have? Maybe one should look at that again before you start tearing up just to accommodate this one house. Maybe it's not at the right place on the property.
We've looked at probably a dozen locations.
So we're gonna figure that out on site here with a site visit. Make your case then. How's that? Is that okay, Mark? Okay, and my
Pardon me? Yep. Yeah.
We'll chat in detail when we're out there. And my comments, site lighting, I don't mean to be pejorative toward our neighbors to the actual southeast, not south. But we don't want anything to do with Los Angeles here. And the lighting is one of the real keys here, so tone it way back. Semi-rural, low intensity, residential.
Nightlight.
Okay, so that's number one. Story poles, I think we ought to do that. We've done it on every project I've been on except one. And that was, we knew how high that was gonna be because of some buildings around it. Every project since, 2 stories since I've been on the board. So now here's and the architecture, I'm gonna go against my fellow board members. It's a big property and big properties need big this and that. It's a simple structure. It's an agricultural structure in character. It was a big barn that somebody came in and did a remodel on and put people in it rather than horses, so I'm okay with that, actually. I think, it's not perfectly symmetrical. This is not some Beaux-Arts or, Italian Renaissance, something or other. It's casual, but I kind of like the building, so, and I think it will be, as long as we don't overpower the site, which we will figure out with the height of it, but my guess is we're not going to. I think it's going to be fine. So I also believe in story poles. Okay, so I've heard several comments on the architecture. How far are we away from that? Can we come back for a preliminary next time? Or do we need to really have them do a serious rethink on the architecture, please?
I think that the applicants have done enough drawings already. And at this point, I think that instead of doing any more drawings, I think I want to go through one more conceptual that we see the site. Make sure that as like I mentioned, make sure that it's the right location.
Okay.
Which is an important consideration. Consider the fact that you have 2,500 acres.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have a question.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
if there's a significant amount of cut on the other 2 projects, I mean, if they could show us where all this fill is coming from, or are they 2 separate
No, they're,
entities and you can't really think of it as a?
we can, if you guys would like to, did you understand Robert's comment there, Mark?
Yes, I did, and I think we could, when we reduce the amount of grading and fill, we can analyze that even more.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Okay, now, as I said a couple of times, we had item number 1, which, Richard, you had item number 1, which we postponed, asked them to do a little additional work and come back and we take them. So we're going to take them.
John, can I ask you a quick question? Do you want the story poles at the ridge lines of all 2-story elements?
Well, there's only one 2-story building.
So just the 2-story element.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so what do you got here for us, please?
I know this is turning into a long day, so I just wanted to see if I could be brief with you, but I just
Just with
quickly.
the 2 colors.
2 colors, okay.
If you want to stand not too close, because there's obviously a little something here, but if you want to.
So just driving into Periwinkle, the first house on the right, just to kind of give you a feeling reminder.
Colors do you want?
Okay, so there's just 2 colors that are 2 white houses in the neighborhood. So these are 2 colors. They are 70 LRV of 74, LRV of 75. They're off whites.
Feature. One or the other.
And then that's the body of the building.
And then just keep the black.
You can come around if you want. Okay. And then black.
Just keep the black sashes.
So
as
if
they
he
are.
wants to do a black and white house, but come down the white. Members of the board, please.
Is the one we talk about the farm?
What?
Farmhouse concept.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, no, I mean, that, yeah. I mean,
If this is
clearly-
okay, it's okay. I thought it should be more pastel, but I'm not so sure I have to be married to that.
Well, I mean, that's, definitely this is much toned down light. So I don't have a problem.
Robert? So he
I
wants.
like the creamier Which,
It's gonna tell the difference.
I know they're very similar. This is maybe a little lighter.
I think it would look handsome.
yeah, I think,
If it makes if it solves everybody's problems here.
Okay,
this
so,
is a little browner.
yeah, see, what you do is you go down here on this end. Yeah. This is more of a black, this is more of a brown. And this is actually have a little olive green in it. So this one here is probably the softer color. So. Would you be good with that?
With this one?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so. You okay, Robert? You okay? Lydia, you
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
Claire?
I'm voting no against it. I know.
Okay, so you're a no, no matter what. Okay, that's fine. So we have a project. We have a report that says it's pretty moody. I believe we have a roof that was approved, unfortunately, but I think it was approved. If you need to have a lawsuit about that, go ahead and do that. I mean, but I don't know that that's about us. And so I don't see that there's a lot more for this board to do except to approve this. Is that correct? Do you agree with that? Okay, so would somebody like to make that a motion? Make a motion, please.
Well, what's on the agenda for right now?
It's on for preliminary.
Oh, so we're making a.
This is the big one, and if you don't like it, you can appeal it to the planning commission. Okay,
If it's both on for what, both preliminary and final?
just preliminary.
Just for preliminary.
Okay, I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval with the exterior color of the building to be,
Yeah,
what is it, what did I say?
Sherwin-Williams.
Sherwin-Williams, Incredible White SW 7028 with the all the doors and windows.
Is there a second to that motion, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion, please?
I might also mention the LRV in that motion.
Well, it's,
No, that just.
it comes as an LRV of 75, so he's somewhere around 93 or 92. This is gonna be really toned down from there. Okay, if you want to see what it is, this is talking. Is there any further discussion, please?
No.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No, yes, no.
Okay, so it carries and you have 10 days to appeal it. Chat with David or with, who is it, Katie, about the procedure. There are very specific procedures. You have, I believe, but don't quote me, not this coming Monday, but the week after. And it must be in, there's money associated with it, et cetera. Okay,
Do I pay all the fees?
what?
Do I pay for the fees when they're contacting?
I don't know how that
Because
works.
I'm
You're
running
gonna
up a big bill from them talking.
You're gonna have to discuss that with the planning department. I don't know how that works. Okay? Very good. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Be good. You can have, you don't want them sold. Okay, so we're now on to item number 7. 1180 Mesa Road. Who from Wade Design is, okay, 7, there is a planner memo and there's a comment letter that is supportive. And so, Jim, are you with us?
No, it's Akiko.
Akiko.
Yes.
Okay. So.
I'm here.
Okay, let me read. Nice upgrade. Majority of the board feels that the setback to setback configuration can be supported, provided perimeter landscaping is sufficient to provide screening and privacy. Return with full details in a landscape plan. You are on for preliminary only today. Please
That's
take.
correct.
There's a memo on this one.
Oh, okay. The parking requirements, 2 covered and 1 uncovered space. And the parking shall not be located within the required front yard setback. With the proposed garage addition, 1 uncovered parking space will be located within the 20-foot setback. The project meets the following criteria for allowing parking modifications, which is reduction in the required number of spaces shall be allowed, but in no case, the number of required bicycle parking shall be reduced. The number of spaces required for an accessory dwelling unit be reduced unless such reduction in the number of spaces is allowed in compliance with section such and such. Any parking or screening requirement for a vehicle with more than 2 axles, a recreational vehicle or bus or trailer or other non-passenger vehicle is modified. Please comment on whether the MBAR supports this parking design with 1 uncovered space located in the front setback. So Kiko, you're on.
Okay, if we can look at the architectural plans first, and we have not developed the plans because we wanted to get the board's comments on this modification before we proceed. So that's the main item that I'll be talking about today. Before I move to that, I do want to point out selections that we've made for exterior lighting and the exterior materials and color board, which is on this first sheet on the bottom. I don't know if you want to go over that now or after we see the elevations, the exterior elevations.
Excuse me, Kiko, I think the bottom line here is let's get to the parking and rather than deal with the frosting on the cake, okay?
Okay, fair enough. If we
about the lighting in the trees.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, that's good.
Okay.
Okay, if we move down to this third sheet first, that'll be the existing site plan. So one more sheet down. There we go. So this is the existing site plan with an aerial photo. You can see the location of the current garage, which has 2 covered parking spaces. The aerial photo conveniently shows 2 cars parked in the driveway. You can see that 1 uncovered space that is outside of the 20-foot front yard setback. And you can also see another car that's parked within that front yard setback. If we go to the next sheet, this will show the proposed site plan, which shows that we're pulling the garage forward to touch that 20-foot front yard setback line. So we are maintaining the existing 2 covered parking spots with 1 tandem uncovered parking spot. The difference being that the uncovered parking spot will now be within the front yard setback. I do want to point out that the reason why we have this design is we're trying to be thoughtful about the impact on the site. We're trying to maintain a single-story structure and still maintain the use of the outdoor space that they have. It's a modest size property. I think we're 85 feet across width-wise. And so we do want to maintain as much exterior space as possible without going to a 2-story structure. By pulling the garage forward, we're allowed to maintain the existing center portion of the house, which is a living space. We're allowed to keep those tall ceilings there and have 2 smaller wings flanking that center section that maintain a smaller plate height and balance out the house. With this garage addition, we still have about 32, actually almost 33 feet between the front of the garage and the existing paving of Mesa Road. So there is plenty of space, as you can see, between the property line and the edge of paving. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that we are inland. The border for coastal is right along the front property line, all along Mesa Road. The coastal parking requirements only require 2 covered parking spaces. So this road, all of the houses that are to the south have a different parking requirement than all of the houses to the north, which is just an odd characteristic for this street. If we go back to the sheet before this, one more, sorry. We're showing an aerial view of the neighborhood. And if you zoom in on the satellite view, we have called out some of the neighboring houses that have this similar condition. 1180, you can see, is the project that we're talking about currently. The properties that have addresses labeled have a similar condition where the garage is at or right behind the front property line, and the uncovered parking space is within the front yard setback. We have photo documentation to show that as well on the sheet. The width of Mesa Road also, I will point out, is quite wide. You can see from the photos, if you zoom out, you can see the width of the street in the top two photos. Even with cars parked along the sides of the street, there's plenty of space for cars to travel in both directions. It's probably wider than a lot of the neighboring streets, as you can also see in that aerial photo. You can see the examples of houses in the area, one being right next door to this property that has a garage that's right along the front yard setback, and the parking is within the front yard setback. We are not removing any parking. We are keeping that uncovered parking space. Technically, we would have 2 in front of the garage. We're wanting to maintain the existing driveway. And so the hope is that by pulling the garage forward, we're able to reuse that paving, lessen the impact of construction on the property, and be able to maintain that use. The other part of the layout for this design is the attempt to reuse as much of the foundation and crawl space as we can by maintaining a similar footprint to what is currently there. If you go down 1 or 2 sheets, you can see that again in the proposed floor plan. The areas in blue are the areas that we're proposing for additions, and the area with crosshatch are covered areas that we're proposing to add. If we scroll down a couple more pages, we'll see the exterior elevations just for some context. The existing elevations are on the left and the proposed are on the right. The second elevation down is the elevation facing the backyard. If we scroll down, you can see the elevation that faces the front or Mesa Road, and you'll see how the garage addition balances the wing on the opposite side of the entry by creating 2 gable forms. We're hoping that in order to meet the parking requirement, we don't need to go to a 2-story scheme. It's not what the clients want. It's not, we'd like to keep it a low profile structure. So I hope that you can support the modification. In addition to this, we do have some developed landscape that Amy Blakemore can present in addition to this.
Hi there.
Are you
Go down to the next sheet down. It just shows kind of the overview of the survey of the site. We're trying to keep as many trees as possible. I think the only trees that is slotted for removal is a Campaniopsis on the southeast corner that's just ailing because of its proximity to another thriving Campaniopsis. Can we go down 1 more sheet? The hardscape plan, we want to develop a new approach to the house with some DG area out front to provide sort of a sense of enclosure as you enter the front garden. We are proposing 3 field-grown olives at the front of the house to soften that and to provide some buffer from the street. At the rear, we want to include a path system throughout to access the ADU and also to provide a little seating area off the master. And then additionally, a little vegetable garden off to the west-hand side. If you could go down 1 more sheet. This is the planting plan, and you can see we do want to incorporate a low hedge at the street to kind of give a little bit of a buffer between the street and the entry garden. And so in addition with those 3 field-grown olives and a mature citrus tree, as well as a low trough fountain, kind of giving some buffer to the street and sort of helping the house come down into the landscaping a bit. And then let's look at Claire's tree lighting. If we could go down 2 more sheets. I do have 2 bell lights in each of those trees at the front, which I'm happy to pull back on if we feel that that's too much. I did want to include some path lighting at the rear simply for safety of navigation during the evening to get back to a spa unit that'll be on the northeast corner of the site, and also to get from the main entertaining space back to the ADU. That's kind of the gist of it.
Okay, thank you both. Questions? Alida, please.
what's a spa unit? Is that a building or is that
No, it's a jacuzzi, but it fully integrated, so it wouldn't have a separate pool equipment.
but you step down into the water, it's open.
Yes, but it'll have the equipment within the unit itself instead of somewhere else.
Right. That's the only question I have.
Robert, questions?
I'm not sure from a planning perspective, I mean, if you're blocking the garage with your required space, does it still count as
Kimberly,
legitimate?
Kimberly?
You cannot provide a tandem configuration or any configuration for your required parking that requires the relocation or removal of a car to back out another car.
So this is a non-starter.
That would need to be something that the planner Tatiana Cruz would need to address. I'm not sure the scope of the modification and if that was one of the things they were looking at was a different layout or configuration to the parking.
Is a non-tandem modifiable, please?
I believe that the configuration of your parking can be modified as well as the location.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, so Robert, I'm sorry.
The only other thing is where's the trash?
Where's the trash? Good question.
That is a good question. That's something we'll develop for next time.
Anything else, Robert?
No.
Claire, questions, please?
Why are the olives planted in the right of way? Because property line, I see the property line, you know, but both olives are kind of partly on the property, but mostly on the right of way.
There is an updated plan that was obviously not updated to this set where the olives have been proposed to be moved back so that they are on the actual property. I apologize that you did not get the updated set for that.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we'll see that. Okay.
That it?
They would simply slide closer to the house, but keep that configuration.
Well, then I don't have to talk about the lighting and the trees, which is when I looked at the plan, that was my issue. I was going, wait a second, why are we putting lights in olive trees in the right of way?
Understood.
So that was, thank you.
Tip, questions, please?
No questions.
Well, the elephant in the room is the backyard. And so what you're basically saying with this application is please let us put all of our required stuff right there where everyone can see it and turns this more into a heavily parked, maybe even student housing kind of overdevelopment in the front yard. So we can enjoy our backyard as being nice and open with almost nothing in it. So that's what it appears like you're doing. Why haven't you designed a project? You have an H configuration here. Why don't you take that H and slide it up into the property? Yes, it's taking away from your property, but isn't that a more, from a community point of view, isn't that more reasonable, please?
One of the things that that is limiting to us is the existing evergreen tree that's right in the middle of the backyard as well. There's a pretty large canopy for that tree. That's one of the limitations with pulling the house back, in addition to the desire to keep parts of the existing foundation and crawl space. We are modifying the footprint, but the intent was to try to minimize the impact on the house that was already there and work within that location.
Okay, thank you.
Can I touch on the tandem parking question?
Yeah, please.
So we had a similar question because we were asked to basically maintain the existing parking that we had for the residents, which we interpreted as 2 covered spaces. Currently, there is not an uncovered parking space from our perspective that's not tandem. And so when we proceeded with this design, our intent was to maintain 2 covered parking spots because that's what we understood were the legal parking spots for this property that existed. Because of the amount of square footage that we're adding, our understanding is that we're not required to change the parking. When we talked with our planner, she indicated that since there is 2 covered parking spots that are existing, plus 1 tandem parking spot that's uncovered that meets the current parking requirement, we needed to accomplish that with the new design.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 7, 1180 Mesa Road, please?
No comments.
Okay, so now,
I'm sorry, we had, oh, that supportive comment letter.
okay, so there is a supportive comment letter from somebody that's in the file. Comments, I think the real issue is this board ready, willing, and able to support bringing that carport forward, garage forward, so that they're parking essentially right at their property line. So, and you would need to go to the planning commission, I assume, or something, probably. Okay, so, comments, Elida, please.
No comments.
Robert, please.
Well, I think the architecture is a huge improvement, but yes, the elephant in the room is really the parking. And the house footprint is there, so I understand why you don't want, to change that age. But the garage, I feel it is the same configuration as exists, but it's so much closer to the street. And I think I would have to take a drive-by before I could really make up my mind on this.
Okay, Claire, please comment.
I don't think I have any comments at this point.
Chip, comments?
Hey.
Well, on the one hand, this is, I think this is pretty minor, but I'm never a fan of bringing the garage way out to the front.
Yeah.
That's the first thing you will see when you come up to the neighborhood. The 2-car garage with 1 car in front, it make it worse than what they have now.
Is it possible to see the beginning, a sheet that shows that was way at the beginning of the whole
Yeah,
project?
the existing site plan.
Oh, yeah, right, it's right.
Next one down, I think.
Yeah, down, okay, down.
Right there.
Oh, no, it was the one that showed, oh, this is without, this is the existing, right?
Yeah, so that's my,
So is there, okay, go ahead, yeah, my question was going to be, or observation was, is what's driving this is the garage?
Well, what's driving it is the fact that they don't want to build north up towards this tree or whatever. They want to keep all that beautiful area to themselves and put
But they want to build a garage, a new garage.
They're required to have a garage.
Well,
okay.
But they don't they have a garage? Where's the garage on this side?
It's
right there.
That's it.
That's the garage. So actually, they're going to use that for space.
The residents.
And the garage is coming
Down.
forward.
Right. Right, so they're
Right.
crowding the front so that they can have a nice open backyard. That's, which I understand from their selfish point
Yeah,
of view.
no, I
get
understand,
it.
I understand that too, but the problem that I'm having with all of that is that the garage is coming forward and we're gonna get more cars parked
By the street.
on the side. you know?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and that is an issue. I mean, we've heard over the years enough neighbors complain about that, parking on the street and all of that, so I'm having a problem with this project now. It's,
So I'll try to be as clear as I can.
Yeah,
I can't support this.
oh, okay, thank
Okay,
you.
and so I don't know about other members, I don't know how much lipstick on a pig you can put on this thing to make it work, but parking, form follows parking. And if you ran the addition up the page in the back, yes, you're taking away your own beautiful private space. I get that. But it's leaving for the city or the community, what we have. And I am can't figure out why you don't want to put a second story over that covered parking area. Over the covered patio area, you're already gonna have a cover there. Why can't you just do it right there? So what do we want to do with this? We are on for preliminary today. And I will not vote for this. Yay. Anybody else want to say what they're about, please?
Well, I won't be voting for it either. I mean,
Tim?
I feel that for the applicant to move this, much quicker would be to avoid the modification. Because that will go in front of the MPC, and that process alone is 6 months. So because of that, I think it's probably to the benefit, try to work with the second floor or something. And keep the modification away from the application. I think it will work better.
Robert?
I would agree.
So I'd like to make a motion, if I may. I'd like to move to continue this item with the applicant to study alternate designs that will not require the garage to move forward as shown on the plans today. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
But please, it's not like further conceptual, it's not.
No, it's actually on for preliminary
It's not
today.
preliminaries.
Well,
Is there?
So it's further conceptual.
No, it would be for preliminary next time.
how did it get conceptual?
Well, I don't know that we knew everything before, really. So, okay, maybe we did and we missed it. So is there, okay, so further study of the site plan and the architecture. Is there, all those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You.
Item number 8 has been continued. Item number 9, our last item and Alida's last item. So it's 745 Ashley Road. Is there anybody here for this, please?
Yep, we are here. I'm back.
Who is I am back?
Eva.
Oh,
Oh. And I've got Esther from KAA Design, the architect, as well as Rob Madej from Bosque Landscape with us. So this is your second time seeing this. The project is pretty much the same as what you saw. We did want to call out a small location that Rob and Esther will go over to the Cabana layout and location that we did in an effort to save a couple more oak trees. So we've been able to reduce the oak tree impact as a result of that.
okay, so we have done a site visit on this with story poles. It was
Yes.
way back on Ashley, on the north side of Ashley.
Correct.
And so
A
go
year ago.
a long time ago. So Eva or Esther or Rob, whoever,
Yep.
please.
I will turn it over to Esther at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Eva. And actually, we thought we would start with the site work because really it is where we're kind of highlighting the relocation of the cabana. So I don't know, Rob, if it would make most sense to go to the landscape drawings and quickly overview the improvements there. It's quite a few sheets into the set, so I do apologize.
Yeah. Yes, happy to do that. And is the best way to give you the sheet number for reference to jump ahead?
PDF.
PDF. Yes. Okay. That will. So why don't you plow ahead to PDF sheet number 41. Oh, you beat me. Very good. Thank you very much. Yes, I believe there may have been a board member or two that was not present for the story poll and has not seen this. So I'll maybe spend just a few moments describing the site layout here and what's changed, and then take it from there. But you can see here we have the existing aerial overlaid with the proposed development. You can see the main house is the large kind of C-shaped element in the center of the site. There is a sport court adjacent to that to its north. North is left on the sheet. To the north is the cabana. Previously, those two items were merged together, and you can see there's from the overlay, there was a handful of oak trees there that were proposed to be relocated. Because of that, the development, we've since separated those elements to not impact those oak trees. And so now I believe we're only proposing to relocate 2 oak trees. And those 2 oak trees kind of sit smack dab in the middle of the open space of the main residence where the pool will be located. And beyond that, the site layout hasn't changed much. So maybe we can pop to the next sheet, please. Site imagery, next sheet, please. Kind of a neighbor proximity study with the closest structures to our site. Next sheet, please. Yeah, and here we are with more of a detailed materials plan. And you can see that we've developed this quite a bit from the last time, and just in terms of the materials, but again, the structures themselves have remained essentially in the same place, less the cabana shifted a bit to the north and the sports court to the south. The guest house is in the lower left-hand corner of the project, and we have enlargement sheets for all of these. From a high level, just wanted to touch on the grading quantities here. Let's see here. Thank you. So right now our proposed grading quantities are roughly 2,800 cut and 2,000 fills, leaving with us an export about 800 yards of fill. And the combination of the driveway cut for fire access and cross slope requirements, and also the cut required to create permeable paving profiles, generated the most significant cut on the site for us, which is around 1,100 cubic yards there. So beyond that, we have a pretty balanced site considering the size of the residence and the structures. We were able to keep all of our project within tier 1, so left at less than 15,000 square foot of impervious surfaces. And the only thing that changed, and ever so slightly from the site visit in terms of the building pad elevation, is that we did lift the building pad elevation 6 inches from what you saw on site, and that was in an effort to reduce the amount of export on site. Let's see here. And I think Eva noted the number of trees, and now we're only relocating 2. So considering the fact that this site is completely studded with oak trees, I think we're going to pat ourselves on the back for the protection of all of these trees. We worked really closely with the architect and the engineer and the biologist on this one to ensure that all these iconic oak trees were protected. Next sheet, please. Now here's an enlargement of the main house, the pool, the native Carex meadow lawn that's off of the south end of the pool remains. I think we actually reduced it in size from what you saw previously. Again, we've developed the materials. You can see in the red circle in front of the north side of the garage is the fire department required hammerhead turnaround. We've eliminated kind of some unnecessary paving in the center of that, and we'll be adding some vegetation to the center of that and trying to reduce the impact of that paved element. From a site section standpoint and retaining wall standpoint, we have a retaining wall that runs essentially east-west on the north side of that parking court. And that wall is roughly 3 feet tall at its highest. And as that wall continues further to the lower end of the sheets to the west, it splits from a 3-foot wall into holding back around 4 feet of grade change and 2-foot retaining walls, creating a terraced environment. Next sheet, please. Actually, before we leave here, we also did add a utility yard that would be on the east side of the garage. And our pool equipment location for the pool and the spa can be seen kind of center of the page on a small rectangular area that's hedged there. So between the house and the driveway. Next sheet. Here's an enlargement of the guest house, a very simple treatment to this space. Some modest retaining wall work is required there to hold back that grade. We're going to grade change about 4 feet, and we quickly naturalize the grade on the south side of that structure. There's a significant amount of vegetation all around the property. Where there are holes in this vegetation screening, we have already begun the implementation of the planting of the hedges through these different spaces. So the idea is to have a fully screened and fully vegetated property line. Additionally, we're enhancing and kind of improving any failing fences, chain link or otherwise. There's you could imagine on a property this size, there's lots of different types of fencing styles that have evolved over the years, but we're going through and shoring those up where needed. Next sheet. Here we are at the cabana and the sports court. You can see that cluster of trees, which is demarcated with the gray kind of opaque layers there. So there's a kind of an elevated boardwalk that we're using to connect these two elements together and not impacting the critical roots under those trees, and also highlighting the beauty of that oak tree cluster. Next sheet, please. A quick snapshot of our material palette. Next sheet, please. And some inspirational images here. This is generally speaking kind of the planting and landscape character of the site. Next sheet, please. A handful of renders of the development of the project. You can see there's some main house renders here that I'll let Esther dig into a little bit. And we also have a render in the top left here of what the vehicular entry at Ashley Road is. We actually have a sheet dedicated to this, so we can move on to that. Next sheet, please. Here's a high-level overview of our planting plan. It's a generally speaking, a very California native plant-oriented project plant palette. And then as we get closer, and that's along the extensive perimeter of the project, as we get closer to the house, we transition to more of a Mediterranean plants of the Mediterranean world from the 7 different Mediterranean climates around the house. And additional sheets show additional detail on that planting plan if you're so interested to dig into those details. Next sheet. Here we have an exhibit that illustrates our entry gate element. And as you can see, what we're trying to do here is explain how the 745 parcel also connects to the 751 parcel, which you will see from us in a subsequent meeting in short order. But you can tell we've set the gate back, and if you zoom in, there's actually a dimension there, but we've set that gate back quite a ways from the road. The idea is to have essentially a vertical stone wall that's 6 feet tall and a wood gate between, and then that 6-foot stone wall will kind of drop down in height to meet its current height of about 3 feet tall as it runs parallel to Ashley Road. And if you zoom back out, please, you can get a sense of its connectivity to the adjacent parcel and how that will all work out. There's a small man gate for access to a package drop that swings off to the right-hand side, and you can see the integration of our step-off pedestrian path that happens just for a short section here, but then we'll continue along the 751 parcel. Next sheet. Here's an enlargement of the planting plan around the main house. I think we can kind of pop through this and head to the next sheet. And a formalized planting around the guest house. Next sheet, please. and again around the sports cabana. Next sheet. Here is our oak mitigation and relocation plan. You can see in red the location of the 2 oak trees. It's actually, it looks, if you look at it from afar, it looks like a single oak tree. Looks like a double trunk tree. It's a 7 and 10 inch. So we'll be relocating that to the east western property line. In addition to that, we're adding quite a bit more oak trees through the project as well. Next sheet. Our MWLO calculations here. And John, you'll see that our lawn area is actually a meadow, so that is not so it's a low water using, medium water using plant palette, not a high water using element there. So that's why you won't see it as a 0.9 or a 1 when you take a closer look at those numbers. Next sheet, please. I think we're just getting into the irrigation plan, and then there should be a lighting diagram here. Following sheets. Yep, the irrigation plans should be a couple sheets there. Next. And here is our lighting plan. So it looks like our total of what do we have there? 62 fixtures for this 6-acre parcel, widely spaced along the driveway and used in moderation around the house, simply at step locations and high-profile pathway locations.
What kind of lighting is that, Rob?
I know, how do we know what it is?
There are cut sheets here for you to take a look at. I don't know, will you zoom out? Are they on this sheet or the subsequent sheet? Okay, next sheet, please. No tree lights. There you go. Bollards and inset path lights and hardscape kind of wall lights and stuff like.
For I have.
Okay,
What
good.
kind of lights are they?
Okay,
Rob, are you done then?
I'm done. Thank you.
And Esther, did you want to chat with us?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We'll keep it short. I know it's been a long meeting for you all. So if we return back to the beginning of the set, we just want to highlight that the architecture has really not changed in its floor area or footprint. I think we're actually a couple of square feet less with the FAR than we were originally. So our focus in the development of this set now has been mostly on the development of the exterior palette. And if you go to the next sheets, just keep going here. So again, the inspirational imagery here that kind of really spurred off the architectural design of the main residence in the cabana. And then on the bottom section, you see quite a different architectural language that we've proposed for the guest house. This is a client-driven directive, really longing for that nostalgic cottagey feel for that little bungalow. Next sheet. So some renderings here for all of the structures. Since you last saw this project, the main residence has moved from a painted, a combination of Santa Barbara sandstone and painted wood siding to a combination of Santa Barbara sandstone and a more natural cypress finish for the wood application on the residence, along with burnished steel metal accents and steel doors and windows. The guest house, since it does have a very distinct and different language, has remained in the board and batten style, which is going to be painted. Next sheet. And here is a development of the main house palette with a little bit more information. So just dialing in on some of the details of the overgrouted Santa Barbara sandstone application, ashlar paving hardscape surfaces, interior and exterior cypress siding. We will have some exposed Doug fir structural beam members that will be exposed, and those will be finished to match the cypress. Wood decking, the burnished steel, and then of course the steel doors and windows. Next sheet. So we don't want to bore you much with all the plans. Everything here has remained relatively the same. One minor change in the mechanical basement plan is we did relocate the mechanical basement from the area that was over on the grid lines between grid lines 5 and 8 and is now directly under the 4-car garage. And that is in response to the proposed utility yard. If we could skip over to the elevations. Thank you. So yes, so the last time that you were out on property, you got to see this building story pulled. I did want to point out that as a result of raising the building pad to help accommodate the grading circumstances, the overall building height has also increased about 1 foot. And that is from where it was. It is still well below the height limit, with the exception of the center section, which kisses the 35-foot limit in one of the corners. And that is indicated in our building section. We could just scroll through those, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And here you can just see the application of the various materials.
Okay, thank you. Tip, questions?
No questions. We don't have this here for final.
Preliminary.
Only preliminary. Yeah. Questions.
Claire, questions?
I have no questions.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
Elida, questions?
No questions.
If I were to say that there is a lot of glass on this project, and it is possible that this building could act as with the lantern effect, what would your comment about that be, please?
It's a great observation. I think that is partly the intent, but also partly not the intent of the design. Obviously, we have a really beautiful landscape around us, and the owner wants to take advantage of all of the possible apertures and curated views here on property. We do have a substantial roll shade and drapery schedule in development to assist with that, and also with privacy. So although we are far removed from most of our neighbors here with the main residents, we are cognizant and cautious to understand that is a very real need.
If I were to say that this board has recently reviewed a project with a transmittance, the amount of light that goes through the glass, of 48%, and a reflectance, how much light bounces off the glass from the sun, of 11%, do you think that you would be able to find a glass like that, and would that be acceptable to you, which would significantly tone down this building from an exterior point of view?
I think we could certainly look into that. I appreciate the suggestion. We have not finalized specifying glass. You know, we obviously have Title 24 requirements to meet here, which a building of this nature will require a fine line to balance those calculations as well. So I would be more than happy to look into that and get more dialed in with that spec.
You have what looks like a very white building. If you have watched this recently, even today, we've toned down a couple of buildings already. Do you happen to know what specific color for that little guest house, or whatever you call it, is?
Yeah, we have not yet selected the final color of the guest house. We have discussed that we are looking at a creamy white tone. The intention is not to be bright white, although it certainly renders in that way. But that is not the desire of the owner.
Public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item number 9, 745 Ashley Road, please?
No speakers.
Okay, we are on for preliminary. Tip?
Well, I think it's a very nice project. It's pretty isolated, well screened. So I think that we should move this and grant it a preliminary approval.
Do you think that my concerns about the quality of the glass are well founded or not?
On certain side, yes. On this one, it's completely. I don't think anyone can see the house.
So you think you're okay? We're okay.
Yeah, because it's completely in the inland, and it's a big site. It's 6.06 acres.
Claire, please, comments?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say in response about the lighting, is that there's 6 acres, and if you actually look at the surrounding, I mean, nobody's going to see the lights coming out of these windows from anywhere, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
And the,
So for me, it doesn't really call for a changing of the interior lighting, whatever we want to call it. You know, yeah, see here, see it. I mean, it's just so far away from everything that it's not going to make any difference to the neighbors or
so do you
anything.
find this proposal as submitted?
Yes, I'm fine with yeah.
Robert, comments, please?
I agree, it's very isolated in a riparian location and, as long as it's not like mirrored glass or something like that, I don't think the glass is gonna be an issue. So I would support it as presented today.
Elida, your last comment.
Oh, I'm gonna say something, don't I?
You could start crying.
I guess I have to say something. I echo what Robert said about this. I think it's a nice project. I would support it. Were I to be here, I would support it.
Well, you are going to be here because we're on for preliminary. I also think this is an extremely nice project. And I'm supportive of it. I am concerned about reflectivity and transmittance. We have had applicants provide us glass samples. That means you have to actually walk in here. And if you could have those presented to us for final to help us understand it. And then also if you could get that written down on the plans, I would appreciate it. And the white color, we have not approved a project yet with an LRV of greater than 0.84. So if you could just sort of stay on board with that, we'd appreciate it.
Yes.
So do I have a motion for I asked for public comment.
Yes.
Yes. Do I have a motion for preliminary, please?
So moved
As
with
submitted
the applicant to return a final on consent.
Sample.
with a glass sample
And
on consent.
on consent.
You guys okay with that? So we have a motion. Is there a second? There is a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
You all appreciate it.
be good. So motion for adjournment, please.
I move we adjourn today's meeting.
Second.
I second. I heard that.
And I want to thank you for your service, Elida. Good luck with everything you do. All those in favor?